Good morning. My name is Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioner's weekly meeting for November 5th, 2025. Commissioner Gilman, any preliminary comments? Are you ready to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Good morning. I would vote to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Plant?
I'd approve the consent agenda as well.
As would I. Proceeding number 25AL-0424TR, City Cab, Mr. Gromley.
Good morning. If you can hear me, this is
We can.
Gary Gramlich, and this proceeding is an advice letter and tariff as filed by City Cab LLC on October 8th to be effective on November 9th of 2025. City Cab operates in the Pueblo area and is filing this tariff to increase the fares for service, taxi service in the area. Its authority allows it to provide service between all points in the county of Pueblo and to all points in the state of Colorado, and also from the city and county of Denver to all points in the city of Pueblo. The fares increases are relatively modest. The first eighth of a mile only goes up from $3.35 to $4, and the per mile charge from $2.40 to $2.80 per mile. Surprisingly, City Cab does quite a few trips. In 2023, it provided 136,000 trips with a revenue of 1.3 million. In 2024, with 144,000 trips with a revenue of 1.5. The main difference between City Cab and all of the other cabs, especially on the Front Range, are that its drivers are not independent contractors. They don't own the vehicles and are paid a percentage of revenue and don't pay for the fuel in the vehicles. Either the company pays for that. City Cab operated 11 vehicles in 2024. In support of the increases, the owner state keeping drivers on staff and retaining them and also hiring qualified drivers is difficult with the current fares, also due to the rising cost in liability insurance, workers' comp, vehicle maintenance, all the usual costs that taxi companies have. Probably should add also that Pueblo, even though it has a population of the county of 168,000, was not included in the large market taxi legislation that passed back in 2018. So their rates aren't set by the commission. They're not included as a large market taxi, and they are the only carrier in Pueblo County. The owner also states they've decreased their fleet by 3 cabs due to the rising costs and somewhat the inability to maintain drivers. Some of the drivers that do apply, I've heard this from other taxi carriers too, may not be able to pass the PUC required medical physical or the fingerprint background check. So they're hoping with the increase, they'll be able to hire additional drivers because they own the vehicles, they're just not operating them, that they'll be able to hire additional drivers that can qualify with the PUC requirements. And I have a recommendation, unless you want more information.
That'd be great.
Yeah, the recommendation would be to allow this tariff to become effective on operation of law on its proposed effective date, which is November 9th, 2025.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks, Mr. Gramlich. I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I also agree.
Thanks.
As do I. Thanks.
Thank you.
Proceeding 20A-0345E, Public Service Company EDR rates. Mr. Davis, Ms. Rosati.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Davis of the Commission's advisory staff. We're going back to a 2020 vintage proceeding this morning. In August of that year, Public Service Company of Colorado filed an application for approval of an economic development rate program, and that was done pursuant to House Bill 18-1271. And recall that the Commission granted that application as modified by an unopposed partial settlement agreement reached among Public Service, staff of the Commission, and the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate. Since the establishment of the economic development rate, or the EDR tariff, two customers have entered into service agreements with Public Service to avail themselves of an EDR. The first is set to take service under what is called a standard EDR contract, and that's pursuant to the EDR tariff in effect at the time the agreement was executed. And the second eligible customer is QTS Aurora Infrastructure, or QTS, and it's a service agreement for a large data center was filed as a non-standard EDR contract for Commission approval in proceeding 23A-0330E. On September 12th of this year, Public Service filed an unopposed motion to reopen this proceeding and to amend the settlement agreement. Through the motion, Public Service seeks to correct an error relating to the jurisdictional wholesale allocation approach set forth in the EDR settlement in this 2020 proceeding. Public Service states that the company has determined that the approach is not permitted under its FERC-approved wholesale transmission and production tariffs. Public Service requests that the Commission approve a modified EDR settlement that strikes the relevant provision in that settlement agreement, which is Section 10. The change will cause all EDR costs and revenues to be allocated to the company's retail customers, consistent with FERC tariffs and FERC precedent. With that proposed change to the EDR settlement, Public Service also seeks Commission approval of another change to the EDR settlement. The motion explains that the settling parties have agreed that any future EDR customers, be they standard or non-standard, should be subject to both the transmission cost adjustment, or TCA, and the purchase capacity cost adjustment, or PCCA. The motion states that subjecting future EDR customers to the TCA and PCCA will benefit all retail customers by decreasing the share of the revenue requirements associated with those two riders that would be allocated among non-EDR retail customers. The motion goes on to explain that these proposed modifications to the EDR settlement will nonetheless have an effect on retail customers. Specifically, the requested modification to remove the jurisdictional allocation provision from the settlement would generally reduce the overall net economic benefits predicted for the EDR program to retail customers. However, with respect to QTS, Public Service explains that QTS has agreed to a lower discount than approved in proceeding number 23A-330E, and that the lower discount will result in approximately $10 million of additional net economic benefits to retail customers. And with respect to the other standard EDR contract that's on file, Public Service states that the change to the EDR settlement will still result in approximately $13.5 million of net economic benefits for retail customers. Public Service proposes no adjustments to that EDR agreement. The motion further explains that the settling parties agree that no other action will be required. The motion states that Public Service conferred with the parties to this proceeding, which include the settling parties as well as the Colorado Energy Consumers, and all support this amendment to the EDR settlement. The motion further explains that the company and QTS have agreed to the decrease in the EDR discount, and that in addition to conferring with the parties to this proceeding, they also conferred with Climax Molybdenum Company, who is another intervening party in proceeding 23A-330E. The motion states that Climax does not oppose modifying QTS's EDR discount as proposed here in this proceeding. So in sum, the motion asks the Commission to reopen this proceeding, approve the modifications to the EDR settlement, and authorize the company in this proceeding to amend its non-standard EDR contract with QTS by filing a notice in that other case, proceeding number 23A-330E. And that is essentially the decision point before you this morning. I can try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And I just start out saying I'm really struggling with all this, including the regime. And I'd just like to share some thoughts with you and see what you think. And then maybe once you've had a chance to talk to advisors and counsel, we can bring this back again. But generally, I believe that these two EDR customers have relied on our prior decisions, and I think this commission should try to honor customer commitments based on our prior approvals. At the same time, however, the company is proposing to modify the EDR implementation structure based on a record that has been effectively closed for years with little additional process in ways that I find to be problematic procedurally. Moreover, for me, the FERC jurisdictional revenue was a meaningful piece supporting both the initial tariff as well as the non-standard EDR contract approval. As such, I would find that the inability to collect the FERC jurisdictional revenue may be a material change that raises questions about our prior approvals of the EDR tariff and the non-standard EDR contract. I also have 4 concerns with the marginal cost analysis as shown in attachment C, the spreadsheet analyzing the additional revenues and marginal costs of the 2 EDR customers. First, in the JTS low case demand scenario, the company claims it needs $12.5 billion in new transmission investment to meet less than 1,000 megawatts of incremental new peak demand. On a pro rata share of new load basis, I'm concerned that the company's attachment C marginal cost analysis does not come anywhere close to capturing the actual transmission costs that EDR customers may be in fact causing, particularly since these 2 customers remain exempt from the TCA. Second, in confidential attachment C, there is a $1 per kilowatt month number for combustion turbine capital costs in the marginal cost of service blocks that appears may be based on assumptions from some time ago in ways that may not reflect the current costs of a new gas combustion turbine, as we're seeing now, which have increased by more than 40%. Third, the attachment C marginal cost analysis assumes that the incremental cost of generation can be represented by the cost of a CT, while the EDR ECA is based on an energy price that assumes the benefit of all the wind, solar, and battery storage investment. For me, it seems like a better way of capturing marginal generation costs may be to include the cost of all the required generation as shown in the ERP. In sum, I'm concerned that the world has changed so much that the prior commission finding that the revenue from EDR customers exceeds the marginal costs and that there's no harm to existing customers as seemingly required by statute may no longer be true. Under these circumstances, I'm prepared to approve the company's motion as it applies to the average demand, summer peak demand, and annual energy billing components as shown in attachment C for these 2 EDR customers, given their compelling reliance interests, given that the mistake was the company's, and given that no other party opposed the motion. Beyond these 2 customers and the attachment C usage, I'd find that there are procedural problems of relying on a record that's been closed for years, that the loss of the FERC jurisdictional revenue is a material modification that raises real questions about our earlier approvals, and that the company's prior approaches to modeling marginal cost may not bear a compelling relationship to current reality. Given all these issues, I would limit the use of these EDR discounts to these 2 customers based on the current usage determinants in attachment C, largely independent of the underlying contracts or tariffs, and would not let the CDA structure extend the new customers or demand without some future regulatory process. If for some reason it's not possible to limit the applicability of the EDR discount framework to those customers and demands with a compelling reliance interest as shown in attachment C, then maybe we need to set these issues for hearing so we can fully examine them in a broader context. So, like I say, I'm struggling with this. I know I'm hitting you with this cold for the first time this morning, and I'm happy to bring this back next week so you can talk to counsel and advisors. But after spending our summer listening to the JTS and how much costs it's going to take to serve this growing load, I'm just really struggling with extending this beyond the reliance interests of these 2 customers, who I think have invested in Colorado based on these contracts. So that's my struggle and where I'm landed. But Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go, including just taking this up next week?
Yeah, I mean, I think my preference would be to take it up next week, in a much more vague way than your more pointed concerns. I've just honestly had trouble, given the week and the caseload, to make sure I'm fully understanding the implications of the changes suggested by the company. So I would really benefit from talking with advisors and counsel, not just about your suggestions today, but about the filing more fully, to understand what's really being proposed. And agree with you. I think it's particularly difficult that this comes on the heels of a lot of information, making the cost look quite high at adding marginal load, which wasn't really contemplated at that time. So I think really trying to understand and navigate how that information impacts what's going on here will be helpful to me over the next week. So I'd prefer to take it up next week and ideally get a more detailed rundown of your comments here today. I took 70% notes of what you were saying, but I generally agree that I'm just not prepared to understand the substance today.
Sounds good. I'll send advisors and counsel. Advisors and counsel have my script, so presumably they can give it to you. Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go, including just saying you'll take it up over the next week?
Yeah, I would also like to take it up over the next week, and I was just going to ask if we could share that script. So that's great. And yeah, I'm interested. I think I'm in agreement with you as far as the two specific instances. I'm curious about what the process we might adopt going forward in order to sort of, as you put it, bring these more up to date and more reflective of current the current situation and current costs, and see where we go from here. I think is a good thing to look at over the next week.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm thinking we just approve these two contracts with the modifications, and then if the company wants to do anything else beyond these two, they just have to come back and tell us what they want to do and why, and maybe they can do it the same way they did this motion in a case that's been closed for 4 years.
Yeah.
So, all right. Mr. Davis, anything else? And we can put this back on the agenda, and I'll send you the latest script.
Okay, I'll do my best. We have many cases going on, and I'm not sure there's time to meet with you before the next weekly meeting on this matter. But if so, I will be prepared to bring it back.
Thank you. Let's see what's next. Let's take up the DSP last. Mr. Davis, Commissioner Plant, on bill finance.
I guess I'll start. At last week's weekly meeting, Commissioner Plant provided an overview of decision number R25-682, and this was his recommended decision granting with modification Public Service's application for approval of a tariffed on-bill financing program. This morning, I'll help guide you through the exceptions to that recommended decision. Exceptions were filed by Public Service, trial staff of the Commission, the UCA, or the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, Energy Outreach Colorado, or EOC, and the Clean Energy Economy for the region. There are roughly 20 decision points deriving from the filed exceptions. Today's meeting is going to be long, so I suggest that we jump right to the decision points. The first is what I call a pilot program issue. The recommended decision calls the initial program proposal a narrow financing program and portrays the approved program as an offering that can be improved and honed over time. The program is given an initial term of 3 years, and that is for review and expansion from the 2026 filing to consider public services, demand-side management, and beneficial electrification programs and strategies. The recommended decision goes on to suggest that the Commission view the program proposed in this proceeding as a first step in the establishment of an effective long-term on-bill financing program. In its exceptions, staff argues that the program approved by the decision reflects the vast majority of the company's proposal without incorporating necessary safeguards that properly define it as a pilot or introductory program. Staff states that the decision also fails to adopt any proposed remedies to address the acknowledged flaws. Staff concludes that a program of this magnitude, without meaningful constraints, cannot be considered introductory. Therefore, according to staff, a significantly scaled down program, as compared to what was approved by the recommended decision, would be more pilot-like, providing the Commission, the company, and stakeholders with the opportunity to collect real-world data on key elements of the program, such as customer uptake, energy savings, administrative costs, and default rates. Staff explains that a pilot would enable the company to better coordinate with the CCCF, which is the third-party financer, and resolve several of the outstanding uncertainties, and to help resolve potential unintended consequences and unexpected issues. Likewise, in its exceptions, Energy Outreach Colorado takes the recommended decision to task for disregarding substantial record evidence from multiple parties, including staff and the UCA, who identified major uncertainties in the program's funding, contract structure, and consumer protection framework. EOC also urges the Commission to authorize a limited, controlled pilot to evaluate repayment performance, affordability, and administrative facility before broader implementation. In response to these exceptions, the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project argues that on-bill financing programs are neither new nor novel. SWEEP warns the Commission not to further delay and limit customers' ability to access on-bill financing by allowing only the company to take a half step forward in a manner that would prevent the vast majority of customers from participating in the program. So this first decision point is thus, should the Commission specify that the approved program is a pilot, and then accordingly address the other exceptions filed by the certain parties to reduce the scope and various elements of the program.
Commissioner Plant, do you have comments, or do you want us to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that I think that as Sweet pointed out, there's over 100 different utility on-bill financing sort of structures. They're all a little different. The tariff to on-bill financing is, one that we see in a number of different places, but there's a variety of different structures that are functionally similar, maybe not through the tariff structure, but this is also something that already exists here in Colorado with Tri-State through CCEF, and it's operating functionally and operating well at this point. As I indicated in the decision, I see this as sort of an introductory step. There's a number of things that I think that we can hash out as it relates to putting ratepayer dollars into the program. If we're going to be, for example, buying down interest rates associated with specific rebate programs that we're going to be considering in the 2026 consolidated filing. But those are things that we can do in the future. And really what's imperative is getting a program in place, particularly in light of reduced support for a variety of these things from the federal level. And getting something that would allow people to be able to more effectively afford these kinds of investments. So that's kind of my position on it, but I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in first. I just have to say I agree with Commissioner Plant. By way of background, I think the company is proposing to spend something over $20 billion over the next 5 years, even in its load demand forecast. And for me, it's just time to invest in programs like this, even if they're not perfect, and trying to do more pilots in the context of the type of decisions we see elsewhere just doesn't make sense to me. So I support your recommended decision, characterizing this as being well beyond a pilot. So I don't know, Commissioner Goman, where are you at?
I also agree with each of you.
Mr. Davis.
Okay, let's move on to the next exception. The recommended decision approves an initial funding level of $10 million, but further authorizes the program to expand to a budget of $100 million during this initial 3-year term. UCA argues that $100 million maximum is not supported by substantial evidence. For instance, UCA points out the Public Service only testified that the Collective Clean Energy Fund has committed $10 million and up to $25 million to launch the program. UCA also notes that CCF did not submit any written testimony or testify at the hearing confirming the potential increase to the capital funding amount to $100 million. UCA adds that the recommended decision disregards concerns raised by staff, positing that a capital funding as high as $100 million could be too much for CCEF and could jeopardize the entire program, causing harm to both program participants and ratepayers. UCA suggests the Commission set the budget for this initial program at $10 million. Staff similarly objects to a program as large as $100 million, arguing, like UCA, that the record contains no evidence that CCEF can viably provide more than $10 million. Staff further faults the recommended decision for establishing a $100 million maximum, while also acknowledging that critical funding questions remain unanswered. In its response to those exceptions, SWEEP states that the recommended decision strikes a fair balance regarding the program's size, because it approves the initial funding of $10 million, but also allows Public Service to increase the program's capital through a 90-day notice process if additional funding is actually available. SWEEP contends that the recommended decision helps ensure that the program is of sufficient size to meet customer demand and is successfully launched. And more specifically, SWEEP argues that $10 million is simply too small for the company's customer base and is contrary to a $50,000 per premise borrowing cap that we'll discuss later. Likewise, the Colorado Energy Office clarifies in its response to the exceptions that the recommended decision does not mean that the program will necessarily use $100 million, even if it becomes available. The actual use of the program will be a function of the program's size based on available funding, and then also customers choosing that funding to finance measures. CEO thus recommends that the Commission reject the exceptions and determine that allowing CCF to run a program up to $100 million in capital, if it is available, is in the public interest. So the second decision point is whether the maximum potential program budget be reduced from $100 million.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Davis? I seem to recall that there was like a check-in for spending over $10 million, and that anything above $10 million required a sort of a notice and comment approval. Did I get that right, or did I read that wrong?
I think that is consistent with SWEEP's response, that yes, there would be an increase in the program's capital through a 60-day notice process. And that's the kind of notice process that is used for the DSM and BE programs.
Okay, and that's for anything above 10 million, right?
I think that is correct, yes.
Yeah, just to add a little context to it. Right now, CCEF says they have $10 million. So that's what we're launching the program, is with the $10 million that exists. They said they expect that they could raise 25 million, but they don't know. there's been interest from the administration, from the legislature, in trying to find various different sources of capital to expand the body of the money that's available to the CCEF. So what I was hoping to do with this decision is to say, look, we're gonna launch this as a $10 million program, but if more money becomes available, we want to give an avenue for being able to expand the program through the 60, 90-day process, up to $100 million, should that become available. If it doesn't become available, then it's basically a $10 million program.
Okay, and to go beyond the $10 million, it would come back to the commission through a 30, 60, 90-day notice process.
Yeah, it's through
Am I reading the recommended decision right?
yeah, it's through the 60, 90-day process.
Yeah, with that, I'm fine with Commissioner Plant's decision. I think we can review it after 10 million. The parties can comment and we can see where we are. So I think there's a checkpoint before we get anywhere close to the cap. So that's where I'm landing, Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, Commissioner Plant, did you want to add anything or how did you go? Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's structured in such a way that this can allow this to kind of naturally grow if the demand is there and they can secure the financing. But it doesn't seem to me to overpromise something that is knowingly not available. You know, it has the ability to grow, I think, with the proper check-ins here. And, you know, with regard to the numbers, there's some indication that 10 million may be, you know, a bit restrictive. And so if it can grow past that, that could be very helpful to actually be able to see how successful the program looks and wants to be. So I think it looks like a fairly straightforward path to allow it to grow if the demand and the financing are there.
Mr. Davis, does that give you what you need on this one?
Well, I would like to point out that the 60, 90-day notice process does not guarantee that the matter comes before the commission. It's a way for a proposal to be floated to the parties and for a party to potentially request relief from the commission, but it doesn't rise to the level, as far as I understand, to be a trigger for commission review and approval.
I see. But if UCA or staff was concerned at the time it went above 10 million, they could request that it come to the commission?
That is my understanding of the process, yes.
Okay. I didn't fully understand that, but I think I'm okay with that process. I would have confidence in UCA and staff to bring it to the commission's attention. But with that modification, does this still work for you, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, that was my understanding, so I have no issue.
Thanks for the correction, Mr. Davis. Clarification.
Okay, let's move on to the next. The recommended decision approves Public Services proposal to recover startup and administrative costs through the company's demand side cost adjustment, or DSMCA. And the costs incurred would be charged against the approved budget of Public Services 2024 to 2026 DSM and BE plan. The anticipated $700,000 of CCF related costs would be recovered over a 3-year period, while the company's startup expenses of $500,000 would be recovered through the DSMCA in the first year. And about $50,000 of ongoing administrative costs would be recovered each of the 3 years. Staff raises many objections to recovering the costs of the proposed program from all ratepayers, as is the result when the costs are recovered through the DSMCA. Staff calls some of these concerns cross-subsidization. Staff states when the Commission has required ratepayers to pay for incentives to support policy goals, it has generally done so with an understanding of the relationship between the costs and the benefits of such an approach. The Commission should apply the same rigor to proposals to use ratepayer dollars to subsidize interest rates for on-bill financing program participants. Staff also takes specific aim at the regressive cost burdens that DSM can impose on income-qualified customers and chides the recommended decision for failing to address the lack of direct DI and IQ benefits from the approved program. Staff further objects to the use of funds associated with programs pursuant to the multi-party settlement in the company's 2024-2026 DSM and BE plan proceeding. Staff claims that such use of program-related funds is intentionally undermining already agreed upon budgets in separate proceedings based only upon a subjective belief that a settlement agreement ordering the company to bring an application for a new program implied a carve-out of a piece of the budget to pay for that future program. Staff alleges that no party has offered any compelling argument as to why recovery of costs through a DSM or BE budget is not a substantive and material change to the approved settlement agreement. Public Service responds to staff's exceptions by arguing that these legal arguments, that is, that the recommended decision results in an unlawful modification to a commission-approved settlement agreement governing the 2024 to 2026 plan, is unclear and uncompelling. Public Service states that the approved budgets associated with that plan do not tie to any specific program, but instead are subject to the flexible use of monies as necessary to pursue plan goals. And Public Service argues, contrary to staff's view, the plan expressly includes a financing program and that the proposed use of the budgets to support that financing program will not limit spending on those other programs as alleged by staff. Public Service further notes that the plan is designed to permit the introduction of programs, such as a non-bill financing program, within the Commission established budget levels. Public Service also asks the Commission to reject staff's proposed delay in cost recovery until after the next DSM-BE application proceeding. Public Service explains that staff's approach will essentially result in no cost recovery for the program proposed in this case. Public Service concludes that it would not be reasonable for the Commission to deny the company its ability to recover the cost of this program for multiple years, and yet at the same time require the company to launch it, especially given that the company will not receive financial rewards for the success of this program, such as through a performance incentive mechanism. So 2 decision points derive from staff's exceptions, and I'll set them up separately for discussion and votes. The first is, should Public Service be allowed to recover startup and administrative costs through its DSMCA, or should the Commission instead direct Public Service to delay cost recovery until after litigation concludes on its next 2026 DSM-BE application?
Do you have things to add? On this one, I support the recommended decision and the company's position and based on advice of counsel, but Commissioner Plant, anything you want to
I don't think I have anything to add to the description.
Commissioner Goman?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at the decision points and trying to figure out what the actual, so with regard to the startup and administrative costs, yeah, I would, side with the recommended decision as well as Public Service with regard to that point. Is that the first to take up?
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Davis?
Well, perhaps. Let me set up the second decision point. The second decision point here is whether the startup and administrative costs can be charged against the established DSM and BE budgets. So the first decision point is whether Public Service can use its DSMCA and then do that now. And the second one is whether the budgets can come from the established DSM and BE figures.
Anything you want to add, Commissioner Plant, before I turn it over to Commissioner Goman?
No, I mean, the existing DSMCA is what we have if we're going to authorize them to get their startup costs and the CCEF costs. It would have to come from the existing budget. So,
Commissioner Goman?
I agree.
As do I.
Okay, now let's turn to a request in the exceptions from Public Service to further consider the establishment of a deferral mechanism now in this proceeding due to the new directives and guidance in the recommended decision. The principal change supporting a request for a regulatory asset for a loan loss reserve is the potential initial capital amount reaching $100 million. But the company also points to the potential program eligibility of gas-only customers and to recent negative actions taken by the federal government related to clean energy projects. Essentially, Public Service explains that CCEF requires the loan loss reserve due to the large capital growth aspirations of the Commission and the inclusion of riskier customer segments into the program and changes in financial markets for the type of funding provided by CCEF. Public Service contends that the regulatory account would facilitate an approximate 0.5% interest rate reduction on financed report amounts in the program and would support CCF's ability to raise capital contributions beyond $10 million. Public Service also proposes a cap on that deferred account of $5 million, which is, of course, 5% of the $100 million initial budget cap contemplated by the recommended decision. In its response to these exceptions, SWEEP states that it supports the establishment of the regulatory asset, but SWEEP also asks the Commission, if it approves this regulatory asset, to order the company to reduce the initial interest rates by 0.5% that would be offered to the customers, and also to direct the company to work with CCF to raise up to $100 million in capital for the initial 3-year term. And that would essentially ensure Public Service takes these actions. So the fifth decision point is compound. Should Public Service be permitted to establish a regulatory account for the purpose of addressing losses as a bad debt expense in a future rate case? And if so, should the Commission require both lower initial interest rates and require Public Service to work with CCF to raise up to $100 million as suggested by SWEEP?
Commissioner Plant, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, so this is an idea that I brought up during the course of the proceeding. And the idea is that, in order to reduce risk as a sort of a credit enhancement, you would have a regulatory asset to cover losses. That's kind of the fundamental beginning of this. Fact is, and I talked about this in the decision, CCEF wasn't a party, so we don't know exactly how this interacts with a variety of other credit enhancement components that the company insisted on, one of which was disconnection. They said that in order to keep the rates that they've negotiated with CCEF, they have to have disconnection. Well, do you have to have disconnection if you have a regulatory asset offering that same sort of credit enhancement, actually maybe even a stronger credit enhancement? Yeah, or can you get rid of that requirement around disconnection? And one of the problems and we'll talk about disconnection in a minute, but one of the problems that I have with the disconnection policy, even though I approved it for this purpose, in order to get this program up and running, is that it's conceivable that somebody has paid their entire utility bill and then gets disconnected for utility service because they haven't paid the component that's going to the loan, which I don't think is a good policy. So I don't know how this regulatory asset and the reduced interest rates that would be associated with it interact with the other components of the program that the company has insisted on. The other aspect of this that gives me a little bit of pause is that the company is insisting on applying the rebates after the financing. So rebates wouldn't actually lower your monthly cost. The financing would give you, a monthly cost, but then they would just shrink the term of the loan based on application of rebates. What most of the parties really argued would be much more beneficial to the customer would be to apply the rebates ahead of time. That would also lower people's monthly cost. And this is particularly pronounced for income qualified people because they have a much higher rebate, through our programs. And so you're really significantly increasing that monthly expense for income qualified people. And so, I like the idea of the regulatory asset as a loan loss guarantee or a loan loss reserve, but I feel like it needs to be considered in conjunction with a number of these other various issues and mitigating some of the other things that are adding to the cost for customers if we're going to provide that kind of a guarantee.
Commissioner Gilman?
So what would be your preference, Commissioner Plans, to kind of come back to this and have a more fulsome discussion after we hit some of those other individual decision points, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do that. I like Sweep's recommendation that, if we give them this, loan loss guarantee, that, require them to lower the interest rates by 0.5%. I think that's a good thing to do. Question is, and this is really, I'd love to get as we go through the rest of the thing, maybe get your ideas around the extent to which the loan loss guarantee is impacted by these other components of the program that, frankly, are components I'm hoping we can change in future iterations of the program. Yeah, I kind of am sort of 50-50 on it. So love to get
Yeah, I
your.
mean, I guess I'm happy to circle back after we hit some of those decision points if that's the most helpful. I think conceptually I'm supportive of it given the considerations that Sweep talks about. If the main purpose is really for added protection, if we go up to 100 million and to improve kind of the credit worthiness of the program in total, it seems very logical that those should be two of the outcomes that are expected, that the interest rate could be decreased because of the improvement to kind of the credit picture, as well as an earnest effort to increase the funding level, which seems like the main concern, driving this. So it seems illogical if this happened, but then we don't actually see that increase in available funds. That seems to be part of the large argument for it. So, yeah, if you want to come back to it, that's fine. I think I'm conceptually supportive of pursuing it with Sweep's expectations.
Yeah, that's where I land. So why don't we keep going and then come back to this as we need.
Okay. The next exception involves the maximum loan amount. The recommended decision expects loan amounts to match the installation costs of most eligible measures. And I think that infers that most loans will be under $25,000. However, it also points out that heat pumps are likely more expensive than that, especially when that project is combined with building envelope measures, and that was explained by Commissioner Plant last week. And therefore, the recommended decision finds a $50,000 financing maximum to be necessary and reasonable. UCA asked the Commission to reject that level and instead lower the amount to $25,000. UCA argues that amounts exceeding $25,000 result in participants overextending themselves and risking disconnection. UCA further argues that there is no evidence that the program-driven loan payment amounts associated with a $5,000 project are reasonable and affordable. UCA states that its proposed cap balances the furtherance of the purpose of the program and would more reasonably protect utility customers against loan defaults and possible disconnection. Staff similarly argues in its exceptions that a borrowing cap of $50,000 enables unaffordable loan amounts that may overburden individual participants. Staff notes that would add more risk to IQ customers, the very group that the program is intended to benefit the most. Staff further highlights that there's no enforceability over even the possibility to verify protections due to an alleged lack of transparency in the contract with CCEF. Staff argues that its proposed cap of $15,000 strikes a better balance between increasing the upfront affordability of meaningful upgrades and protecting participants from negative financial consequences. And in response to those exceptions, the Energy Office reiterates its position in the case that the need for financing to support DSM and BE measures is especially great today, given recent federal actions which eliminated several potentially applicable credits. And according to CEO, the 50,000 max per customer reflects the importance of funding these projects and the fact that other sources of funding have disappeared. And CEO adds that the $50,000 maximum further ensures that customers can complete larger, more comprehensive home energy upgrades and electrification projects than they otherwise would. And the CEO concludes that it's up to individual customers to assess what level of financial obligation they can truly handle. So this next decision point is, should the maximum loan amount be reduced from $50,000?
I guess I have a question for either you, Mr. Davis, or Commissioner Plant. Is there anything in this, especially for IQ customers, that would require some sense that the energy savings are consistent with the loan payments?
Like
I
a
just
pay as you save sort of a program?
yeah, or just like some check. I mean, I'd hate to see low-income customers take on more debt than the energy savings allow them to service. So any thoughts on that? Is there any check in this process with the lender that would, especially for IQ customers, would limit the debt obligation to, roughly the energy savings?
No, there's not. So that's what's usually associated with a pay-as-you-save model, which is really usually focused primarily on energy efficiency improvements. I think that part of the intention of being able to allow this funding is for things that are more expensive, like beneficial electrification, and those are going to have potential savings over whatever the natural gas or propane or whatever the other what it's replacing when combined with weatherization measures. So the hope is that what you're able to do if you're financing something that's expensive like a heat pump is you'll be able to add in additional envelope measures that will drive down your costs. But there's not a component of this that calculates out what your cost is going to be before you make the changes versus after you make the changes against your monthly payments or things like that. Um, I mean, staff makes the argument that people will get themselves into, financial situations that they can't support. And I just fundamentally I think that people have the ability to make their own financial decisions, and we shouldn't replace our judgment for theirs, particularly not knowing anything about their financial situation. But beyond that, staff makes the argument that this is even more acute for low income customers, and I would disagree with that as well. I think, if there's anybody who understands the trade-offs of expenses, it's people who are living on the economic margins. They know that everything that they spend money on is going to be offset by something else, and so they're very hesitant to overextend themselves in that way because they know directly what those costs are going to be. I don't expect people are going to, everybody who uses this program is going to be hitting the maximum. In fact, I imagine it's going to be much less than that. But, people are going to make those decisions around what is affordable to them individually. And I don't see how we would replace our judgment for that.
And who's selling this? Is it like the HVAC vendor? or who's interacting with the low income customer? Do they have any interaction with a lender, or is it all through contractors?
Yeah, it's through their contractors. There is a qualification process, but there are contractor policies that are associated with the program. And so, contractors are, going to explain, what the cost would be, what the the financed cost would be, what the benefits would be financially, so that people can make that kind of a decision. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's trying to make some of these improvements more accessible for people who just don't have a lot of disposable income available to them. I think one of the things that I was struck in the hearing by was testimony from Miss Elam from Boulder, and her in her perspective, which I agree with. We have a lot of these programs, that are rebate based, and particularly for expensive things like heat pumps. We have very large rebates for low income customers to lower the upfront costs as much as we possibly can. And then we have rebates for everybody else that leave a really large upfront cost. And people just don't have the money to pay that kind of a cost unless they happen to have a lot of disposable income. And so this really gets at that middle population that are facing, this expense that's like a car, but there's no financing, inherently available. And so this is designed to really try and address that uh, that challenge that people have in coming up with that upfront payment. It's another reason that I really, and I think most of the other parties agreed with this, really would like to see the company applying rebates ahead of the financed amount. But that's
Yeah, I agree with that. Commissioner Goman, I mean, I'm concerned about income qualified customers being approached by contractors who are trying to sell really expensive stuff, and all the customer has to do is sign a piece of paper with not a great sense of the savings versus um, the future bill obligation. So I share some of staff's concerns for the income qualified customers, but I don't know. What do you think?
Um, yeah, I feel a lot of ways about it. I mean, I think it seems to me the key purpose of a program like this would be for those larger purchases that most individuals just do not have the cash to cover, which clearly would argue for a higher limit to ensure that we really are addressing the market that needs the financing for these type of products. Um, certainly I am concerned there could be kind of unscrupulous behavior by contractors. There always can be. There can be with rebates too. They give a rebate and claim someone saves more on something they're selling them. Maybe this lessens the burden for the customer to be as concerned. But that possibility always exists, that customers can be kind of scammed or by third parties. Certainly I don't want to perpetuate that, but it seems to me if part of this, is that there are kind of approved contractors, there could or should be a feedback loop that if there really are negative performances or negative situations, experiences with certain contractors, that could and should affect their ability to continue to participate in the program. Ideally, there really is a method there to ensure that we're not having poor behavior and confused customers who are signing up for something they're not aware of. But the absence of this program does not result in the absence of people not being told something that could be untrue from a contractor. So on balance, I think it's far more beneficial than it is harmful to ensure, especially folks with less disposable income, really have access to finance some of these improvements, especially improvements that sometimes their house may already need, right? They may already need a new mechanical system. They may already need new windows for other reasons. And so, I think on balance, it's more beneficial to ensure that these larger purchases can be included for those customers, and especially that they could include perhaps a bundle of different measures to ensure that they actually result in like more durable savings for them over time. So I'd be supportive of the $50,000 limit. I would certainly like to see and hope to see that the approval of contractors also has some mechanism that if there really are sincere issues or complaints, that would result in the expulsion of that contractor to minimize the occurrence of anything like that.
All right. Well, Ron, it sounds like, Mr. Davis, it sounds like we got a 2-to-1 decision in favor of a 2-to-1 vote in favor of the recommended decision. I'd like to just include a little footnote expressing my concern, but let's keep moving on.
If I could,
Well,
if I
I
could add
think I
one
would be
thing.
doing a disservice to Energy Outreach Colorado if I didn't point out at this time that Energy Outreach Colorado, which you know serves the low-income community, contends that the program has extremely minimal eligibility standards with no additional screening for affordability, energy assistant participants, or risk of disconnection. EOC actually asked the Commission to exclude income qualified customers from this program until a framework of protection and affordability measures can be put in place. Energy Outreach Colorado is specifically concerned that allowing IQ customers to enroll introduces additional payment obligations that cannot be covered by existing safety nets. And this echoes the utility consumer advocate's position concerning disconnections that we haven't yet talked about. Energy Outreach Colorado also raises practical concerns. It states that until utility assistance providers can distinguish energy charges from financing charges in existing portals, they could be prevented from accurate arrearage tracking, which in turn could delay emergency assistance. And Energy Outreach Colorado understands the program will not perform any income screening. Thus, for IQ customers, according to Energy Outreach Colorado, those who have been successfully referred to energy assistance should really have extra consideration for their identified and verified energy insecurity and need for enhanced consideration, meaning that the program should not be available to them at this time because the risks outweigh the potential benefits. So Energy Outreach Colorado does speak to this issue. It's a different place in the memo, but I think it needed to raise that before we moved on.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you want to should we take up that issue now, Mr. Davis, or?
Yeah, yes, that's what I've done. I've brought forward the exception from Energy Outreach Colorado that IQ customers should be excluded from the program at this time because protections are not in place.
Yeah, so there's a couple of issues here. One is around renters, which I think EOC also brought up, and one is around the overall larger low income population. I'm would not want to disqualify an entire population from taking part in a program that they're actually paying into through the DSMCA. I would expect that probably, what we're going to see with the low income population, particularly without the application of rebates ahead of time, is, more envelope kind of measures. And I wouldn't want to exclude them from the benefits of being able to, put into financing, for example, $3,000 worth of insulation that they're putting in their house or something like that, just because there's a fear of them overextending themselves. Like I said, I think low-income people are pretty cognizant of those kinds of costs and benefit trade-offs and what the impact is on them. As it relates to the rental issue, which is another issue that was brought up, I have some other thoughts about
Commissioner Plan, if we could take up the renter issue separate.
Sure.
I think we're already bundling multiple issues together. So, I'm sympathetic to the EOC concerns but agree with you. We don't want to exclude them. Can we just, what I sort of moving me is sort of limiting the measures to something where the savings more or less equals the cost, like pre-specifying the measures. Um, I mean, I don't know how much is in this record, but I don't necessarily share your optimism that if there's a zero out-of-pocket cost and all you have to do is sign something, that people understand that the cost may greatly exceed the savings. So that, and I'd also allow the rebates to be applied um, to buy down the loan, not just shorten the duration. So I don't know, Commissioner Goman, where are you at on all this?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we want to ensure that this is helping, not hurting, especially the most vulnerable customers. I think the promise of a program like this is really enabling access in a way you can't do just through rebates to so many measures, especially more expensive measures that are difficult to afford out of pocket. I too am sympathetic to some of the concerns. I guess what's troubling me is I agree with Commissioner Plant. If they're paying in, certainly they should be able to see a benefit. The suggestion that they should be excluded until there's a framework of protection, at least maybe for some measures, or the more expensive or perhaps less cost effective generally measures, maybe. But what I would be that framework of protection needs to develop quickly. Like I don't see this, like I'm not happy with this as a kick the can kind of determination, that I think there are so many prospective benefits to really enabling broader participation, especially from the income qualified market. They don't want to stand in the way of that potential by delaying too long. And so how can we enable, like in the next step, the development of that framework rather quickly, so that instead of an excuse to not do it now, we're setting out a vision on how to actually get there, to have an inclusive program that includes those protections in the short term.
I mean, why not just limit it to measures that are more or less cost effective, like Commissioner Plant did on the building envelopes? I mean, I think that's the way it's been done in other contexts. If the savings equal the loan payments, it's a wash and clearly a good thing. But if you're signing up for costs that are not commensurate with the savings, then I think you really could get in trouble. So to me, that's the critical protection that's not in place in this regime that needs to be in place.
Will you do it by measure generically or by actual bid?
I think it's going to be too much to get cost benefit analysis for individual customers. So I do it on a generic measure basis. If the building envelope measures are what's cost effective, if it's then maybe that's what we focus on. But I just really worry people are going to be sold very expensive equipment that they may not need. And since it's no out-of-pocket money up front, it's easy to just sign a piece of paper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not potentially opposed to that as a stopgap, but I don't see that as the end goal, even in the relative near term. I think if the argument is for a framework of protection, I would have been much happier to see an actual suggestion on how we get that and in what kind of relative short term we can get that, because I think the quicker we can move to a more inclusive environment, especially to be sure that the very customers we think it's the most important to be able to access many of these improvements, I think that is really the goal, rather than the stopgap measure in the interim. And so to me, I'd be more happy with that as a twofer, to say, yeah, but we need to move pretty quickly and set more expectations around how that develops to make it more inclusive in the short term. So I don't know, Commissioner Plant, interested to
Yeah,
hear.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I understand, I mean, we've got on the one hand, you sort of have your eligible measures, which I think we're going to get to in a little bit. And that applies to everybody. As long as you can fit within the cap, you can finance your eligible measures through the program. And I think if I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, is for income qualified people, you would want to apply an additional screen to the measures that are being applied to demonstrate that they wouldn't increase costs for utilities broadly. So, for example,
Not
if
for not
somebody,
for you. Oh, for customer
for,
utilities.
yeah, customer utility. So if somebody has a propane, for example, that they're replacing with a heat pump, their electric costs may go up, but you're trying to identify that it wouldn't go up more than what their propane costs are. And that frankly could drive maybe it would go up if you didn't do the insulation. You do the insulation, it doesn't go up. I'm not sure exactly how that plays out, and Commissioner Gilman, you might have a much better idea than I do about how contractors might be able to make those kinds of calculations at the scene effectively. I don't know if that's something that can be done pretty easily, or what is your perspective on that if that were to become a screen for low income customers and eligible measures?
And just to be clear, before you jump into it, I'm suggesting it be a screen more at the program measure level, not on an individual customer basis, because I think that would impose a bunch of transaction costs. But Commissioner Gutman?
Yeah, yeah, if you do it at the measure level, you're not necessarily precluding the circumstance of like certain contractors just charging too much, and you haven't really guarded for that. Although potentially we have this contractor eligibility situation that could play in to some degree. Can you estimate it? Yeah, you could estimate it on the spot per house, but it's gonna very much probably depend on the sophistication of the contractor as far as if they're able and how quickly they're able, and depend to some degree on their sophistication and honesty in terms of how good those assumptions are, how accurate those assumptions are. So you're still just trusting them that they've calculated it appropriately. So I don't know. I'm just really torn here. I very much don't want people to get taken advantage of. I also have a bit of an ick factor to substituting our judgment for the judgment of a certain subset of customers for what's good for them. And I understand, like, not everyone's experts in this. Most people are not. Most people cannot understand necessarily what a home improvement will do for them energy wise. But it's difficult to say that we necessarily know what's best for those customers, and they're not able to make that judgment.
I would just say I take EOC's concerns seriously. I don't know that I agree with their recommendation excluding whole customer classes, but I think the concerns are real. And so
Yeah, I think, and to add to, one of the things that we heard in the course of the testimony was that one of the things they brought up was that that their bill would be not broken out, and I don't think that's the case. I think that what we heard was that, particularly in the case of preemption, we had this discussion around, that the utility bill would be one component, of the financing cost would be another component, and those would be distinguished within somebody's bill. So I don't think that concern was borne out. I just wanted to address that.
Well, I, I guess my vote, Commissioner Gilman, would be to allow the program to go forward for income qualified customers, but really try and find a way to make sure the savings were more or less consistent with the loan payments. I'd have the rebates up front. I'd probably cap it at 25, but I don't think I have another vote for that. So I think this is your decision, and then
If it helps,
or
Mr. Chairman, one of the things I put in the decision was that if the company applied rebates prior to financing, then I would authorize them to lower the cap to 30,000. I think if they don't apply the rebates, that inflates the
yeah,
finance cost.
I
So
mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't apply the rebates. It seems like you just apply the rebates. That seems like a no-brainer to me.
yeah,
The loan duration for somebody whose discount rate is effectively 25 or 50%.
Yeah.
Loan duration doesn't matter a lot. Commissioner Gilman, and then I need to bring up another proceeding based on scheduling issues. So for just a few minutes, Commissioner Gilman, final thoughts on this, and then and if you want to think about it, I can take up the other thing right now.
Nothing will be more clear. I have for me to think about. I think my priority is ensuring that we really work quickly for the apparatus that would allow for more inclusion. If the stopgap is capped at certain building shell improvements, truthfully, some of which have good cost effectiveness and some of which probably don't. I'm okay with that, but my interest is really in working towards a framework that makes this work. It may to some degree be based on the energy savings covering the loan cost, but if someone's got a broken piece of HVAC and non-functional heat, that math doesn't work anymore. They need to spend the money anyway, right? So there are 1,000 things we don't know and can't consider in every circumstance. And so I think it's coming up with a framework of disclosure, of complaint process, ensuring that we really can track if there are problems and address them in a timely manner and have very reasonable disclosures. I think would be my interest here in advancing this, but I see a lot of problems with a much more blanket exclusion, especially that lasts a long time. So I don't know. I don't know if there's anything on which to base this besides my desire to move forward with this more quickly. But I think if we set like a 6-month timeline or something to get this framework figured out, and certainly I think EOC would be working on that with the company. I think that would be my chosen path forward. I'm okay with somewhat limiting it in the near term, but only with that vision that we will have this figured out really in the short term.
I'm fine with that vision of a 6-month period. Let me just interrupt this discussion. I'm told we need to get something done by 10:30. Can we just for a moment turn to proceeding number 25M-0012E? It's number 10 under energy. And Mr. Dalton, if you could get us through this expeditiously, that'd be appreciated.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Bill Dalton, staff engineer, and today I am presenting proceeding number 25M-0012E and specifically filing by Public Service Company of Colorado. Commission Rule 3205 requires electric utilities to submit annual reports by April 30th to the commission that set forth projects that are proposed to occur over the next 3 years involving new construction or expansion of existing generation facilities that will result in an increase in generating capacity of 10 megawatts or more, or commonly referred to as the 3205 reports. The purpose of the reports are to notify the commission of such project and help the commission determine if such project, number one, requires CPCN under Rule 3102, or are in the ordinary course of business and do not require a CPCN. In this instant filing, Public Service Company of Colorado is seeking a determination that delaying the voluntary retirement of Alamosa's Units 1 and 2 is within the normal course of business criteria, and no certificate of convenience and necessity is required to extend the operating lives of these units through 2030. In addition, the company is requesting waivers or variance from prior ERP forecasts or any other commission decisions as necessary to extend units 1 and 2 to meet the resource adequacy needs, and the company requests the commission grant such waivers. The replacement for Alamosa Units 1 and 2 were identified as part of the alternative portfolio approved by the Commission in Phase 2 of the 2021 ERP and Clean Energy Plan. Now Replacement Resource Bid 001 has withdrawn from further consideration in proceeding 21A 0141E. Now, the company is required to file these annual reports, and in the April filing of this year, the bid 0011 was still in the running or still under consideration, and was processing through contract negotiations. On July 11th of this year, the company filed a supplemental report. The Public Service sought a commission determination that no CPCN is required to extend Units 1 and 2 as necessary in the ordinary course of business due to the withdrawal of bid 001 in proceeding 21A 014E. These units currently serve a critical reliability need and that have been voluntarily scheduled to retire in 2026. The company has not identified any alternative generation sources that could be developed to meet the near-term reliability needs at a comparable or lower cost. No CPCN has been submitted by the company seeking decommissioning of Alamosa's Units 1 and 2. These two existing combustion turbines provide firm dispatchable capacity available to support the local and regional reliability needs. If granted extension to operate the lines through 2030, Alamosa Units 1 and 2 will continue to serve in the same general purposes that they are currently, providing reliability needs. Historically, these units have operated at a de minimis level. During 2023, the units provided only 0.03% of the total fossil fuel generation. And historically, over the last few years, Unit 1 is operated at 6% capacity factor, Unit 4 less than 4% capacity factor. Newer long-term resources that could replace the Alamosa units may arise from the ongoing near-term procurement RFP and a just transmission RFP expected later in 2026. However, absent approved new resources with known in-service dates, these future resources will be unable to serve the immediate needs. The company has provided an estimated cost for extending the life of these units through 2030 at $1.14 million. Interventions as of October 31st, 2025, no public comments or complaints have been filed in response to the supplemental report. In summary, With the unfortunate development difficulties awarded bidders have experienced over the past 3 years and the resulting inability to complete projects, this has impacted the expected retirement dates of Alamosa Units 1 and 2. While the Alamosa Units 1 and 2 do not provide much actual energy generated, they do provide reliability for the company's system in a remote location of the state, and there's no other viable alternatives at this time. At this time, I'd like to pause for any commissioner questions.
Why don't you give us your recommendation and we'll take a vote.
Staff recommends that the commission issue a decision approving the extension of the operation lives of these units through 2030. This extension falls within the normal course of business criteria, and no CPCN is required to extend the operational lives of the existing Alamosa Units 1 and 2. In addition, staff recommends approving the request waiver or variance from prior ERP forecasts or any other commission decisions as necessary to extend units 1 and 2 to meet the system resource adequacy needs.
Works for me, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, that seems to make sense. I just not a random question, but with regard to the upcoming ERP solicitation, the adjustment of the availability of these resources through that wrap largely, will that modeling then be adjusted? Like, is the expectation that the modeling for phase 2 of that ERP, which I recognize is not on the agenda, be adjusted to reflect the availability and anticipated operation of these units now?
Yeah, exactly. Previously, they had them retiring at 2026. Now they'll just be retiring in 2030.
Okay, so that will be, like, to our understanding, immediately adjusted in the modeling prior to the phase 2 bidding.
Correct, and also combined, the dispatchable capacity is only 27 megawatts.
Okay, yeah, not huge. Got it. Okay, thanks, Mr. Dalton. I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree as well.
And to the extent that needs an order, it can be an ABC order. So thank you, Mr. Dalton. And we got you done by 10:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to on-bill finance. I think we had 2 votes for keeping the income qualified program going. And maybe restricting the measures to those that are most cost effective for some limited time period, but then asking the parties to work together to get the EOC safeguards in place within a quick time period that's maybe defined as 6 months. So Commissioner Gilman, did I say that accurately, or would you say that different?
Yes, maybe one addition to get those safeguards in place with the ultimate goal of really expanding the eligibility available to income qualified customers, both in kind of dollar value and measures to ensure they can take full advantage where we can have proper safeguards in place.
Commissioner Plant, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. And I would just echo Commissioner Gilman's points about disclosure. I think that to me, that's a little bit more of the important component, is that you're disclosing to people, what the decision is about that they're making in terms of the financial decision, what the cost would be, and what the impacts of their upgrades would be. So, yeah, with that disclosure language, I would support as well.
The disclosure language is fine by me, Commissioner.
And it may be that they find the disclosure language is appropriate for all customers.
Mr. Davis, I don't know that we're following this linearly, but I think we're making progress. So if you can help us resolve what's open, that'd be great.
Sure, but before we do this, I would, again, out of fairness to those who filed the exceptions, I do think that this discussion demonstrated why Energy Outreach Colorado and staff were asking for this program to be approved as a pilot, because staff has asked, for instance, to remedy the problem of the lack of cost benefit analysis, especially with respect to income qualified customers. That was a feature of its exceptions. And again, Energy Outreach Colorado would be interested in this. But from what I understand, the proposal here is for the commission to order some program development around IQ to take place in the next 6 months within the overall framework approved by the recommended decision. Is that correct?
And to restrict the measure life to the most cost-effective things until those safeguards are in place.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could speak to the Mr. Davis brought up the staff's argument around cost benefit analysis, which I disagree with pretty strongly. First of all, the company opposed applying a cost benefit analysis to the overall on-bill finance program because it wasn't tied to a specific program, that was providing a specific benefit. So it was really hard to say this is the benefit if you're talking about a financing program. You can, I think that we have the ability to do that when we bring it up within the context of the consolidated filing, because we can talk about each individual program and, what might be going into rebates versus going into interest rate buy downs, things like that, and then be able to associate costs against benefits. But when you're just looking at a financing program, as the company pointed out, there's not the benefit is financial for the individual. It's not, specifically tied to a measure. I actually also brought up with the staff the issue that we're not talking about. I mean, other than your startup costs, the annual costs of operating the program, I think, are $50,000. So essentially, there is no cost on the ratepayers for this for the program. If we apply, as I said, interest rate buy downs, then we do have a cost that we could apply. The staff's response was basically that they were looking at a TRC, so they were trying to make a determination on the financial decision that individuals are making, which I just fundamentally disagree with. And they're trying to determine whether or not it's in the financial interests of an individual as opposed to the interests of the system and the ratepayers, which I just don't think is really our place to make that decision.
Does that answer your question? And do you have enough on the eligible measures, being more or less cash flow neutral for income qualified customers for your purposes, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, is that I'm not sure about the votes though. Is that a 3-0 in support of that, or is there a split vote on that?
Commissioner Plant?
I think it's 3-0. I'm not nuts about making the process more complicated, and I'm a little concerned about how this might impact CCF's, however they're running the program, if they're breaking out income qualified people for an additional screen. But I think we can put that in the decision and see if that comes back as a triple R. I don't know.
Okay. And is it a 3-0 vote to deny the exceptions to lower the maximum loan amount from $50,000?
No, I think I dissented from that, but it's a 2-1 vote.
Okay. And then also I've heard discussion about a requirement on public service to do the rebates up front. And I'm not sure that that is a directive in the recommended decision, and it's not a matter that was raised in exceptions. So is there a proposal here that the commission on its own motion modify the recommended decision to require public service to provide the rebates up front.
So to be clear, I didn't require them to do it up front because they said that they couldn't, but they were going to work with CCEF to see if there was a way that they could. What I did say was, as I pointed out earlier, they were authorized to lower the cap to 30,000 if they could apply those rebates up front, which would overall lower the cost of financing. But again, they're in the negotiation with CCEF. I'm not sure what the capabilities are. I would point out that the thing that was a little confusing to me was their own contractor policy that they included in their appendices in the record was that the contractors would apply rebates before financing, but then they came back and said, no, we're not going to apply rebates before finance. So I was a little confused because their contractor policy was contrary to what they were indicating. But at the end of the day, the encouragement was to try and get to a place with CCEF where they could apply the rebates prior to financing.
So I think Mr. Davis, I'll confirm with Commissioner Gilman in a second, but there's a 3-0 decision expressing a strong preference for having the rebates apply prior to the loan, but qualifying it to the extent commercially and reasonably possible given whatever institutional constraints. So that's how I'd frame the decision in support of the vote in support of the recommended decision. Would you say that different, Commissioner Gilman?
I agree. I would just add that the purpose of that is really to decrease the ultimate cost impact for customers and improve, the benefits to those customers of money's already available. Just makes for a more useful arrangement that can be done.
Commissioner Plant, you okay with that? I'm fine with that language and characterization of the vote. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. So let's turn to loan duration. Staff objects to the directive in the recommended decision to include an additional 15-year option. And Public Service claims that it never agreed to a 15-year payment option and that the recommended decision errs in that regard. Public Service asserts that the record fails to demonstrate that CCEF can support a 50-year offering in the initial launch of the program, and Public Service thus requests that the Commission instead direct the company to continue working with CCEF on the potential repayment terms beyond 10 years, with an update on that to come in the 2026 DSM filing. And that is juxtaposed with staff's objection that where staff argues that a 15-year loan term may extend well beyond the useful life of the measures and is also likely to cause issues when original customers leave premises before the loan is repaid.
Commissioner Plant?
So I'm fine with the company's proposal here. It was my understanding that they had said that they could do a 15-year. Just to be clear, the decision specifically states that you can only do a 15-year if the life of the measure exceeds 15 years. And in fact, it says if you're bundling measures, the shortest life cannot, you can't finance for longer than the shortest life of any of the measures. So the concern that staff was bringing up was already addressed in the decision. But I'm okay with, just encouraging the company to work with CCEF to identify if they can do a longer term and then bring that to the 2026 filing. The intention of the 15 years is, again, to just lower people's monthly costs, particularly for those long term fixtures on buildings that are going to exceed the life. But that's okay if we want to address that in 2026.
So I'm fine. I agree with Commissioner Plant. I'd support the company's exception. Instead of setting the loan duration at the life of the shortest measure, I just have some language in the order setting the duration of the loan sort of at the weighted average life of the measures, within a year. I mean, it's just, you don't want to you don't want to artificially knock off cost effective measures because they only have like a 3-year life. Um, so I'd focus duration more on weighted average measure life in a rough way. So not by the duration of the shortest measure. So I don't know. That was my sense.
Yeah, it's a
We
good, I
didn't.
think that's a good point. I mean, I was writing that really specifically to address this 15-year issue. But I think you make a good point on the measure lives. I'd
Um,
support that.
so two things for you to consider. Are you all right with the company's exceptions, and are you all right tying loan duration to weighted average customer life?
I am okay for both. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davis.
In its exceptions, Public Service wants the commission to clarify that only permanent measures are available or are eligible for the program.
What would be an example of a non-permanent measure?
Well, something that could be removed by the customer and move, and would go with the customer.
Like
This
a
is gonna
fan?
Permanent would be at the home and not easily moved.
This is going to sort of play into the eligible measures conversation. And I don't know if we want to do that first, but I think the thing that I can imagine would fall under this category is, for example, an EV charger. You could technically remove an EV charger from the wall and take it with you. Um, uh, I'm I I don't I mean I'm okay with the idea of making them permanent fixtures, but I don't want it to be an excuse to not finance the EV chargers. I think we need to like specifically say that EV chargers are not included they would be included as eligible measures and not be excluded because of their conceived non-permanence, I guess.
Uh, I'm fine with the Excel exceptions. I'm also fine viewing an EV charger as permanent, especially given my technical skills and ability to move it. Uh, Commissioner Goen, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Davis?
So Public Service would ask the commission to direct it to work with CCF to include a final list of permanent energy efficiency and BE measures that CCF can support at program launch. So is that a directive the commission is willing to give Public Service to work with CCF that way?
Makes sense to me. Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, works for me.
Commissioner Goen?
I agree.
And then there are 4 types of measures that I think the company would like specific clarification on. So if these are okay, maybe we'll take 4 quick votes. Battery storage enrolled in a demand response or virtual power plant program. Would those be eligible?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. An electric vehicle charger with managed charging. So I think this is that the EV charger would be considered permanent, but in order to qualify for the program, it would need to be in a managed charging program, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Absolutely.
I knew it was a
Commissioner
safe
Plant?
question.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Commissioner Goen?
Yes, I agree. The one thing I would point out though is I believe that enrollment in the managed charging program right now is like an annual election. So to the extent this goes further, there may need to be an adjustment to the agreement to indicate a longer term dedication to managed charging than is currently available through the annual offering.
Let's note that in our order and maybe express a preference for opt-out rather than opt-in after the course of a year. Number 3, Mr. Davis.
Yes, this is windows and doors, and whether those need to be tied to specific qualification criteria.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I included them as an eligible measure. I think that was the recommendation of CEO in Boulder, if I remember correctly.
I'm good with that.
What do you mean by qualification criteria, Mr. Davis? Like an Energy Star standard?
Yes,
Should
yes,
that still exist?
right.
I wasn't laughing, Commissioner Plant. So Commissioner Plant, is your conception for windows and doors that they need to meet like a high efficiency standard?
Yeah.
And that would be the Energy Star standard?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
And then finally, the EV charger replacements that are part of the company's EVAH program.
Yeah, this was a part of our TEP order. I don't know if you remember this, but they had their own financing for chargers, which we wanted them to replace with an on-bill financing program when it became available. That was in our order. They didn't include that in this, but I did put that in the recommended decision.
Commissioner Gilman.
I have been a bit confused in the past and am confused now on if necessarily the chargers being deployed as part of the EVAH program are in fact compatible with their managed charging programs. I have concerns in some cases or all cases they may not be. So I guess to me, that's fine under the condition that the EV chargers are enrolled in the managed charging program. So if we have incompatible chargers, that seems to create a problem here. But I think setting that expectation that they be enrolled in the managed charging ideally answers that question.
Or consider that a friendly amendment.
This does
Certainly.
not negate them of the need to be enrolled in the managed charging program. So that would necessitate some compatibility here.
I
Yes.
support that.
Okay, well, let's turn now to disconnection. The recommended decision addresses disconnection and ultimately agrees with staff and CEO on their cases in chief that disconnections are a component of the balancing of the company's financing program as it stands now in its negotiation of rates and process with CCEF. And the recommended decision further grants the company's motion for waivers addressing specific provisions in the Commission's electric rules, such as Rules 3407B4 and 7, among others, to implement the disconnection process. UCA, in its exception, alleges that these waiver findings are not supported by the evidentiary record. It states that neither Public Service nor CCEF provided evidence that disconnection policies will have the intended effect of improving loan performance. UCA puts forward examples of absurd disconnection scenarios, such as a renter current on a utility bill but delinquent on a loan obtained by the landlord would be disconnected and risk potential eviction or loss of housing assistance. So UCA suggests that based on the record here and what it says are equivocations in the recommended decision, that the Commission should not allow customer disconnections for non-payment of on-bill financing obligations. In its response to those exceptions, the Energy Office asked the Commission to reject that request. CE argues because of the subordinating of because subordinating the financial obligation to the utility bill creates a certain degree of vulnerability for CCEF, it needs to use the threat of disconnections as a mechanism to ensure customers repay their obligations in order to foster the below market interest rates. And CEO offers that it would likely not be possible to lower interest rates without maintaining potential disconnection for non-payment under the proposed program structure. So this decision point is whether the commission should modify the disconnection procedures approved by the recommended decision, including the waivers.
I'd stand with the recommended decision, given the concerns we heard today from EOC and trial staff. I think this is the right way to start. So I support Commissioner Plant's decision. Commissioner Gilman, and we'll turn back to Commissioner Plant.
I just wanted to see if Commissioner Plant had anything to add.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like the disconnection component, but it is a part of the CCEF negotiation that Excel's been in, and they claim that this is a major part of getting the below market rates that they have for the financing, which, I recognize as being, an important component. This is, again, as we talked about earlier, where this question of, well, if you give the loan loss guarantee, do you actually then still need disconnection because you have a guarantee? So it seems to me that these might be mutually exclusive. And, if that's the case, I would prefer to go with the loan loss guarantee than the disconnection, but I have no guarantee that it is the case. And this is part of the issue that we ran into because we don't have both sides of this negotiation at the table. So that's kind of where I came down. I encouraged them to try and get rid of the disconnection and replace it with the other thing, but I don't know that it's possible. So
I would assume that the loan loss guarantee is probably more useful than the disconnection policy.
I agree. And I would be perfectly, I mean, procedurally, Mr. Davis, you may have some recommendation here. I mean, I would prefer to say, yeah, we'll approve the loan loss guarantee if we can get rid of the disconnection. But I don't want to, completely ruin the program because they can't come to an agreement or something. So I don't know what procedurally are there any, if we were to say that in the order, would there be a way for them to come back and say it doesn't work, as opposed to just we're not going to do the on-bill finance program?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Well, it's my understanding that this is something that matters a lot to CCEF. CCEF's not a party, and that this is central to the negotiation. So I don't know whether there's a better path forward than what was outlined in the recommended decision with respect to this matter.
Commissioner Gum?
Yeah, I'm fine with Commissioner Plant's posturing of this, both in the recommended decision as well as today. I think it would be preferable to limit the use of disconnection as a measure, but I think without having insight into that exact negotiation, it's crucial that the negotiation works, that we end up with, a preferential interest rate out of it. So I don't want to take entire tools out of the toolkit, but I think the way Commissioner Plants expressed it is appropriate.
I agree.
Okay. So we've reached the question of whether renters should be eligible to participate in the program. EOC argues that they should be excluded until notice, consent, and liability procedures are established EOC states that renter participation would be premature and inconsistent with the record evidence. EOC also objects to this recommended decision support of the renter-related provisions being established by CCEF and Tri-State. And UCA likewise faults the recommended decision for failing to resolve concerns raised by several parties about renter participants. So the question is, should renters be eligible to participate?
So
Commissioner Plant?
this is where this is a little bit confusing. Right now, the renters aren't included because it's difficult to structure the agreement so that it would work for a rental situation. What the company indicated was that Tri-State was also interested in extending to renters, but they hadn't figured out exactly how to do this. They were working with CCF to try and figure it out. PSCO was going to also work with CCF and Tri-State to try and see what they could come up with. I think CEO and staff had proposed a few protection standards that would need to be a part of that, and I agreed with those. And what I did was just basically say, PSCO continue to go ahead and work with CCF and try and figure out if there's a way to do this effectively. And I think what's being argued here is that we should just say, until we have an actual program in front of us, we shouldn't approve renters. So, honestly, I'm okay either way. I trust the company to try and, build something that's going to actually work. And if it doesn't work, then they wouldn't implement it. But I'm curious to hear where you guys are on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably do the same thing for renters that we did for income qualified customers, ensure that the measures are more or less cost effective and that the duration of the loan equals the weighted average measure life. So there's not sort of timing transfers. And more broadly, I have a suggestion that the parties may want to look at, because I think this is like the whole split incentive thing that has really limited energy efficiency more broadly. And the concept I'd throw out is something we did on solar leases, where those leases are 50 years and you're signing agreements with people in their 70s and 80s. So what you do is you file a memo of lease with the county recorder's office, and then any buyer of the property is on notice. So maybe there's a way they can file a memo of loan agreement so that the real counterparty on the loan, the borrower, is not so much the renter, even if they pay the bills, but the borrower is the premises. And, the loan obligation sticks with the property and the electric bill, independent of who owns it and who the renter is. So I'd welcome some thoughts on if that's a way to deal with the split incentive problem. And then, like you, I'd let this go forward, but only with limitations on the eligible measures and with clarity on the duration of the measure life being the duration of the loan being linked to the weighted average measure life. But I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, the split incentive problem is a very real problem. And I think on-bill finance has a particular on-bill period financing, whatever it is, has a real opportunity to address that issue in a way that simply rebates or other things cannot, where the person receiving the benefit of energy savings can be the person financing the measure in real time, which is just simply not available through other methods. So a very worthy cause, and I think like a necessary objective to work to. It sounds like to me, Commissioner Plant, though, this isn't kind of ready, and that CCF hasn't necessarily figured this out and is working with Tri-State. So I would really prefer to direct public service to be involved in those discussions and be kind of a helpful party in advancing that discussion, acknowledging our interests in that as a real valuable goal of this program to get to. It seems to me that the issues cannot be insurmountable. I mean, to my understanding, generally this is assigned to the meter, kind of as you were indicating, Chairman. So, the future renter or whatever would retain the benefits and retain the cost to cover it. Obviously, there's disclosures there. There's important things to work out. But this has been like a really devastating way in which renters and particularly income qualified individuals who are more likely to rent have not been able to participate in getting more efficient, more comfortable, lower cost to operate homes to live in. And so really pretty passionate about trying to advance our ability to work toward this goal and have public service ideally play a valuable role in that with CCEF and Tri-State. And I'm sure there's a role there for EOC or UCA to ensure we can incorporate some of the protections that they want, especially around disclosure and understanding what you're signing up for. How do we get agreements between property owners and renters, especially, you're making real property improvements to a premise owned by someone else. All those things have to be worked out, but we've got to get to the goal of this. Otherwise, there's an entire segment of the population that continues to miss out on the real opportunities to have more comfortable, affordable homes to live in. And I think we should all be interested in that as a goal.
I don't disagree with any of that, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree. So it sounds like you're pretty much going with the recommended decision with, some additional language maybe that the chairman offered as part of the discussion that they're undertaking with CCEF as they try and come to a solution, but not to exclude renters preemptively of that decision being made. So right now it doesn't apply to renters, but we've authorized them to try and figure out how it could and implement it within the time period of this phase of the program. I think what EOC is asking us to do is just exclude renters for this portion of the program, which would not be the option. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, and I just probably put in the additional protection that the eligible measure should be more or less consistent. The saving should be consistent with the loan payments. Commissioner Gilman, anything else you'd add?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if to the extent that's like not part of it right now, is there a 60-90 day around like the notice? I wonder how the commission and the parties would be aware if real progress is made with CCEF, I just want to make sure there is some loop to close here, since this isn't a thing right now, but it's a goal that we're like really expressing. I think it would be helpful for us as well as for EOC, UCA, for there to be some actual process by which there would be an update if something changes, if something's made. And I think that would also notify us as to if no progress is made. I think that would be of interest to us as well, because I really expect and hope for progress here. So I don't know, Commissioner Plan, if you see like a 60-90 day or something else as being like the appropriate venue for I would assume EOC and UCA are the most concerned, especially if there are programmatic changes that go on behind the scenes.
Yeah, no,
perhaps something like that could help close the loop on what this would look like if it actually gets incorporated.
So can we just put a reporting request on the company so that if there's progress, they just are required to let us know rather than some 60-90 day process? Commissioner Plan, anywhere you wanted to go?
I was going to say that we could add in, that the renters would be added through a 60-90 day process, which would also involve the stakeholders.
I see.
That
I
seems
like
to
that.
make sense to me. I did want to clarify one thing, which I might have a dissenting vote here. So I can see, what you're proposing is to extend the low income criteria that we voted on earlier to all renters. And I would just say, if it's a low income renter, I think they're already going to be subject to that limitation on criteria, but I don't know that I wouldn't support just extending that to every renter.
Right.
So,
I'm good with that clarification.
okay.
Mr. Davis, keep us going.
Okay, the next thing is gas-only customers. The recommended decision expands eligibility in the program to gas-only customers. So that's customers who only take natural gas utility service from public service and not electric service. But the restriction here is that only envelope efficiency measures are eligible for the financing. Public service doesn't object to that, but it wants a finding that that similar waivers from the commission's gas rules can be would be adopted for the disconnection purposes, akin to what was done for with the electric rules. And public service also explains that it thinks that this directive could be a material modification to the vendor agreement that's under consideration with CCEF. And so the company is asking the commission for the ability to work with CCEF and roll the program for gas-only eligibility for building shell measures over time after program launch. That's juxtaposed against UCA's exceptions that allege that if costs are assigned to subsidize gas-only ratepayers through the electric DSMCA, that there's a problem there. And if costs are assigned to the gas DSMCA, then gas-only customers would be unfairly discriminated against by not having the full suite of measures available to them. SWEEP, in its response, concludes that excluding gas-only customers would result in more inequity than the issues raised by UCA, as the customers should also be able to participate in a program that provides them with low-cost financing to make their homes and businesses more efficient. SWEEP also points to other commission decisions that ordered the company to include gas-only customers in programs and to make the programs consistent and uniform across dual-fuel, gas-only, and electric-only customers. If the commission grants the request for a phase-in, SWEEP recommends that the commission adopt Boulder's proposal to phase in gas customers within 6 months of launching the program for electric customers, but no later than September 30th of next year.
On this, Commissioner Gilman, what do you think?
I'd prefer to hear from Commissioner Plant.
So this was, I'm fine with the 6-month phase in, if that's more easily doable. I'm not quite sure that I understand why. The initial objection to including any gas customers from the company was their concern around electrification, and that people would remove themselves from the gas system, which had their financing, and that they wouldn't have any recourse. But so that's why I said we would limit it to envelope measures. But apparently there's still a concern, which I don't honestly understand. But I'm fine with a 6-month phase, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it.
Sorry for not going to you right away. I'm looking to see if you unmute. So if you unmute, I assume you're gonna want to say something, and if you don't, I'm turning to Commissioner Gilman, but maybe I'll just go to you first, no matter what. Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I think it's fine to go with the building shell measures, I think, as you had outlined. And oh my gosh, my brain. The second part was
whether or not to phase it in over 6 months.
Yeah, I'm unclear what's going to be accomplished during the phase-in period.
Yeah, I don't
More
know. I mean,
confusing than not. I don't, if you're rolling out a program, roll it out. Like, there's plenty of trouble already rolling out programs if we got to parse out this section and that section. I don't see at all why that would be preferable or gain anything. But perhaps I'm missing something.
yeah, that's where I came down. I didn't quite understand the company's argument that CCEF may have a hard time including this because they already offer it for electric customers. It's just I don't
Oh,
get
I
what
guess
the
the argument is they see gas only customers as a riskier market
Yeah, that's what I was
because
gonna say.
I think even if you don't finance, I guess my understanding read between the lines is even if you don't finance the measures, there is legitimate market competition from electric alternatives. Yeah. So pretty much everyone's always going to stay an electric customer and everyone might not always stay a gas customer. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm curious. This seems like more of an issue in the negotiation with CCEF. Rather than saying like definitively you can take 6 months, I guess we give them some amount of flexibility to finalize that agreement and understand any implications there. But
Put them,
I'm
some
not sure, like,
language.
if there's just a riskier segment, would that result in different interest rate to that segment, to everyone in total? This is on the long list of things we don't exactly know, so I guess we can give them some measure of flexibility, but express our interest in this inclusion to happen within 6 months.
So I think the proposal is to support the recommended decision, but say hopefully it's shorter than 6 months to work through these issues.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's good. The only other clarifying point I would make is if gas customers are not eligible to take advantage of any part of the on-bill finance program, that the gas DSMCA shouldn't incur any costs.
Good with that, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Mr. Davis, keep us going.
Okay, so I'll also take that as clarification that it is contemplated that the electric on-bill financing would be going through the electric DSMCA.
I think that's true.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump to a recommendation regarding a compliance tariff filing to address UCA's and public services exceptions in that regard. I recommend that the commission establish a 60-day deadline following the issuance of its decision on exceptions for public service to execute and file that final vendor agreement with CCEF. And then within 2 weeks after that contract filing here in this proceeding, the compliance advice letter tariff filing should be made. When the company submits the executed contract, that filing should include a customer-oriented summary of final program offers and features.
You okay with that, Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
Commissioner Gilman?
Agree.
As do I.
And similarly, there are some disputes over the reporting. The company takes the position that reporting has been approved by virtue of the approval of the application. UCA questions that, but also presents additional things that should be reported on. My recommendation is to clarify that the reporting proposed by the company is adopted, but is also modified to include the measures or the metrics that UCA proposes. We also think it would be fine for this report to be included in the company's annual DSM-VE status report.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As do I.
There are two final exceptions that relate to future filing requirements. The recommended decision talks about on-bill financing offers to be proposed and reviewed in the upcoming DSM-BE filing to be made next year. It calls for targeted customers to have interest rate buy down to 0%. And Clear asks the Commission to modify the recommended decision to also include customers located in rural parts of the service territory as those targeted customers for which a 0% interest rate is made available.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I think that this can be a part of the discussion in the future consolidated filing, who would be included in, a 0% financing structure. I think, this is something that we can consider within the course of that proceeding, and we don't really need to expand it at this point.
Commissioner Goman?
I agree.
As do I.
And staff also, as we've discussed earlier, has asked that the Commission direct the company to include a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis in that upcoming filing. And so does the Commission want to make that directive?
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, so just to be clear here, I did include cost-benefit analysis for the upcoming filing. And I think what I specified was that there should be a utility cost test done. And the objective here is to really tie together what we're offering in terms of financing and incentives against the benefits, and try and structure something that's going to have net benefits to the system through that test. So I did include a cost benefit analysis test in the directives for the future DSM.
Commissioner Goman?
That's all fine. I'm supportive of that. I would just add a friendly amendment that any cost benefit analysis test should be provided in executable format with the inputs clearly identified, so that different assumptions could be tested. That's an issue every time. So I would just like to foresee it here.
That seems pretty friendly to me. Commissioner Plant, would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
And then the Commission wants to come back to the regulatory account for the loan losses.
Yeah, so I mean, my concern over the loan loss reserve again is how it impacts how the impact of the loan loss reserve is measured against the disconnection requirement. The disconnection requirement is meant to be a credit enhancement. If you're offering a loan loss reserve or a loan loss guarantee, do you need the disconnection? And also, what's the net impact on the rate decrease? And we just don't know the answers to that. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do. And this was this was a bit of the quandary with a lot of the stuff in here that, the parties came with a lot of really innovative ideas taken from best practices around the country, and we didn't have a way of really evaluating the impact of those things on this program. So that's kind of where I left it.
Commissioner Goman?
I was just curious, Commissioner Plant, do you have much insight into the expected timeline for negotiations and finalization of a deal with CCEF?
Yeah, the negotiations, I think it's 30 days following our decision. They're supposed to come up with an agreement, and if they can't come up with an agreement within 30 days, then they said they'd just bail on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how, if we've got like the cost benefit analysis flowing in through the DSM application, which will come next summer. Is there a way to get increased like transparency and an update with regard to the actual changes to the credit support provided by each of these mechanisms, and potentially even the combination of both, so there's just more transparency around that point, because I think you're right to say, well, it could be a trade-off, it could be a mix. We just don't quite know. And so I don't know, perhaps there's something there in terms of getting additional transparency, perhaps through that DSM filing, with regard to the actual impact of each of those features on the credit support. I'm not sure that it would impact the current plan, but as we go to reanalyze and renew the on-bill financing moving forward, I think that's crucial information to make these decisions, on next steps.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree as well. Mr. Davis, anything else?
So the commission is not establishing the deferred account in this proceeding, and it's asking for additional information for consideration consistent with the recommended decision in the future filing.
Is that right, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, it seems like.
I mean, I was considering that we had this conversation somewhat earlier. I mean, since we see the regulatory account as preferable to disconnection, I think in general, and sorry, I didn't go back and refer to our previous conversation. I think it's reasonable to allow them to set it up. What I'm looking for, though, is disclosure in the DSM filing with regard to the actual credit support impacts of this versus the disconnection issue. Ideally, this gas only issue that has been introduced as a potential credit stressor, so that we could have additional insight into what goes into some of those decisions and potentially consider that in the future, once we actually have that information.
So if I understand, approve the loan loss reserve as they've proposed it, but ask them for detailed impact of that vis-a-vis other components that were a part of that. And I liked the sweep recommendation associated with that to require a reduction of 0.5%, which is what they said that.
Right, as well as the honest effort to move toward a higher funding limit, which is kind of some of the justification for it. So yeah, going all along with that, I think I'm trying to fill in some of the transparency gap with negotiations that are still ongoing, so we can really understand these trade-offs. But I don't see any sense in cutting off the avenue of the loan loss reserve, because that is preferable to disconnection, right? So I want the tool to be available, but I also want to use the venues we have to get increased transparency. Some of this is hypothesizing the exact credit support impact, and I think we get better information through this process upon which to make future decisions.
Yeah, I agree with that.
As do I. Mr. Davis.
Yes, I would recommend that this be a TBC decision.
All right, I think I agree with that recommendation. Anything else on this? I do have one comment to share. It's out of record, but and it's on a basis of any of my decisions, but I just want to say it. So is there anything else on this one, Mr. Davis?
No, thank you.
I just wanted to share that in a prior iteration, I was on the PACE Colorado PACE board, property assessed liens to fund energy efficiency, and the current director of CCF ran that program, and it just gives me a lot of confidence that who the lender is, that they really understand these issues, the risks, the concerns. So. And other than that, I just want to thank you for leading this forward, Commissioner Plant. I think given what we're seeing everywhere else, this is a valuable tool that solves or at least helps address some really compelling problems. So So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I agree. I think that, CCF is a good organization, has good leadership. My only disappointment was that they weren't a party in this, so that we could actually get
There's reasons for them not to be.
and
So
so we could
I don't.
actually get an answer to a lot of these questions around what the impacts are. But I'm really optimistic about this program overall. And you guys probably remember back in, I think it was 2009, when the legislature passed third-party solar financing, and we went from $4.50 a watt incentives essentially to no incentives within a few years. And it went from 0% third party when that legislation was passed to about 90% of the systems uh, being involved in that program in the next year. And I think it just really underscores that, a lot of these things are things people want to do. They just can't afford to do them, with the upfront costs that are associated with it. And, my hope is that what we can do is create a, sort of, zero money down, drive it off the lot kind of a situation for energy improvements in people's homes. So I appreciate you guys' thoughts on this, and all the different parties that participated as well.
Well, thank you. Commissioner Gilman, any final thoughts?
Yeah, likewise. Thanks, Commissioner Plant, for ushering this through. And I mean, I think we've been talking about today all the edges, right? And this is an issue that has needed to get off center for a very long time. And I think you've been able to move it forward in a considerable way. And while it's not without any risk at all, I think it's important to recognize the really unique benefits that a program like this can have, especially for consumers, to really broaden the reach and allow a wider array of customers to benefit from home improvements, which can lower their operating costs and increase their comfort, increase the safety in some cases in their homes. And so excited to see it moving forward. And while I recognize like there's always real work to do to improve and make sure we have the best protections for customers and the best design, I'm leery here of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and really would like to see this move forward. It's been a long time coming, a long time of expectation to really try to allow for more customer options, especially around, as you put it, different improvements that are just very difficult to have the cash outlay for many customers. So I'm excited for the opportunity. I recognize there's more work ahead. There always is, to continue to refine and improve what we have. But I think the real benefits, and I think as we've seen throughout the country, the default rates are incredibly low on these programs. So primarily we're spending a lot of time talking about ideally occurrences that are quite rare, which is a good thing, and is certainly the hope and the expectation and the design. And so, overwhelmingly, I'm excited and looking forward to the benefits that a program like this could provide.
Well, thanks to both of you. Thanks to Mr. Davis. Thanks for the parties. Let's take a break till 11:35, and we'll keep plowing through as long as it takes. See you at 11:35. All right, Mr. Sarah, 25A-0353 SG Durango Mountain Utilities. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Sorry. Oh, maybe I'm not sorry. Um, let's go to 25A-0354E, Ms. Dundas, Elbert County appeal. And you can take up 25A-0355E at the same time if you'd like.
Thanks, commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can.
Last week you established procedural schedules for both of these proceedings, and you also scheduled a public comment hearing at the preferred location in each county. Yesterday, Public Service filed a notice of public hearing conferral regarding their proposal on how to provide notice of the public comment hearing for each of these proceedings. Company stated that no party opposes the proposal, though the counties reserve their right to provide additional notice of the public comment hearing, such as to individual organizations or entities that may be interested. As a reminder, Rule 37OG states that the utility or power authority shall give notice of the public hearing to the identified individuals or groups in a matter specified by the commission. Notice may be accomplished by newspaper publication, billing insert, first-class mail, or any other manner deemed appropriate by the commission. Therefore, we suggest today you issue an order determining how notice should be provided in both of these proceedings. For El Paso County, the company suggests publishing a legal notice in the Colorado Springs Gazette and the Denver Post, I believe, to provide, and then as well as to provide landowners through first-class mail a written notice of the public comment hearing. Adjacent landowners means any property owner within 1,320 feet of the route to be traversed by the project. Similarly, for Elbert County, they recommend publishing a legal notice in Ranchland News and the Denver Post and providing the same notice to adjacent landowners. The company states the notice provided by the company will at minimum provide the date, location, time, and public comment hearing, and also encourage public comments in the commission proceeding and identify how to do so through written process. So today I recommend you issue an order approving the company's proposal for notice, also encouraging the counties to provide additional notice as they see appropriate. Ordering the company that this should be done no later than 2 weeks before the public comment hearing date in each respective proceeding. And then also ordering the company to ensure that the people identified by the county as requiring notice are also in receipt of this same legal notice.
Commissioner Gilman,
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree as well. Thanks.
as do I, and that could be an ABC decision. Anything else on these on this, Ms. Dundas?
Nope, just for clarity, it'll be 2 ABC decisions, one for
Right.
Elbert and one for El Paso. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Sarah, 25A-0353 SG Durango Mountain Utilities.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. This is a triple R.
Barely.
I know. We've been riding along with you. So this particular proceeding comes before you on triple R filed by Durango Mountain Utilities. About a month ago, you had approved the application to encumber certain parts of the ownership interest in the utility. The triple R doesn't take issue with any of that, but what seems to have happened is DMU's lender would like a little bit of clarification on what the commission did. DMU indicates in the triple R that it's not entirely sure that the clarification is necessary, but out of an abundance of caution, it filed the triple R. So I'm here today to recommend that you grant the triple R. It's not expanding anything that the commission did, but it's just making it clear so that the lender feels comfortable issuing the new financing to the utility. And if you remember, the new financing comes at much more favorable terms for the utility than their current financing. So that's my recommendation, is to grant the triple R.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision granting the triple R. So thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Davis, 25A-0373E CPCNs for battery storage.
Correct. Public Service Company of Colorado has filed an application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity for a 200 megawatt battery energy storage system to be located in Park County. The project is what's called a build-own-transfer project. It's a standalone storage resource, and it was included in the company's preferred portfolio in the Clean Energy Plan that was presented in 21A 141E. The planned battery has a 2-hour duration, and according to the company, requires the addition of an additional transformer. The second transformer is intended to ensure that should anything happen to one transformer, the battery can still provide some capacity to the grid. The project was bid and is being developed by RWE Solar Development. The project's in-service date is December 2027. Recall that when it was bid into the Clean Energy Plan solicitation, the project was presented as having a 4-hour battery. But through negotiations with RWE, Public Services decreased its cost estimate for the project due to the lower capacity of the planned battery. The latest cost estimate is also proposed for the baseline of the cost to construct performance incentive mechanism for this particular project. Notwithstanding these representations of costs, however, Public Service expects RWE to see price relief due to federal implementation of tariffs, and this would be done through what are called the appropriate regulatory processes, or in other words, the Component 1 Stage 2 relief pursuant to the Colorado Clean Energy Plan delivery motion in that other proceeding. As with most CPCN applications, Public Service requests a finding that the noise and electromagnetic field levels associated with this project are reasonable and require no further mitigation. The company filed the application with supporting direct testimony of 3 witnesses. The filing also contains information that the company claims is highly confidential, and accordingly, the company's filed with the application a motion for extraordinary protection. Notices of intervention of right were filed by trial staff and UCA. Both request a hearing. Climax Molybdenum and Company has also sought intervention. Trial staff seeks to examine whether the company has adequately explained the reduction in the battery capacity from 4 hours to 2 hours, and whether there is consistency between this application filing and the project characteristics bid into the Clean Energy Plan Electric Resource Plan. Staff also wants to test whether the proposed additional transformer has been adequately justified and whether the assumptions regarding tax credit qualifications and the mechanism to deliver credits to ratepayers are reasonable. Staff further seeks to examine whether the project is properly placed in the company's interconnection queue. And Climax notes in its intervention pleading that certain of Public Service's claims about the project cannot be verified from the application itself because the supporting data is filed as confidential or highly confidential. I'll jump to a recommendation that the Commission deem this application complete, refer the matter, including the interventions and the motion for extraordinary protection, to administrative law judge by minute entry.
I agree with the recommendation. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation. Share a lot of the interests of the interveners to understand the difference in the battery duration, also how we come to a new price at this point in the game, which was supposed to be based on an as-bid price, but I trust all of that will be covered in the adjudication, so I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree as well.
And thanks for presenting this, given it's hundreds of millions of dollars and significant changes to the proposal. Appreciate you bringing this up, and I agree as well.
And shall I move on to the next one?
Yes, and since I don't have it in front of me, why don't you introduce it?
This is proceeding 25A 409E, and this is for a certificate of public inconvenience and necessity for reactive and voltage support and grid strength reinforcement for facilities at the Goose Creek and May Valley substations. The project is claimed to be needed to support the operation of the Colorado Power Pathway Transmission Project. Public Service says that the proposed facilities are needed to improve the resilience of the transmission system, to reduce the risk of line and generation outages that may result from system disturbances, and to permit the CPP to perform to its full intended capacity. The project specifically entails a static synchronous compensator at Goose Creek, a synchronous condenser at May Valley, and other supporting electrical equipment at each substation. The project is estimated to cost about $350 million, which includes an overall risk reserve of approximately 3.2%. It's planned to be in service by January of 2027. Public Service seeks authority to recover the cost through the transmission cost adjustment, and also it seeks a finding that the company will be entitled to recover all reasonably and prudently incurred costs as determined through a future rate case proceeding. Public Service seeks a specific finding that the projected noise and magnetic field levels associated with the project are reasonable and require no further mitigation. Public Service filed the application with the supporting direct testimony of 2 witnesses and with a motion for extraordinary protection, and notices of intervention of right were filed by trial staff and UCA, and both request a hearing. So again, I'll recommend that the Commission deem this application complete, to refer the matter, including the interventions and the motion for extraordinary protection, to an administrative law judge by minute entry.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the Public Service Company DSP and Grid Modernization Adjustment Clause 24A-0547. And I think we also have 25A-0061E on the agenda, but may not need that one. We'll see.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory team. I'm joined by Ian Fetters and Dan Greenberg, as well as Lindsay Dundas of your Commission Council. Mr. Fetters is going to guide you through remaining GMAC eligibility issues. Hopefully we can finish that today. I'll then recap some overview budget questions, what we refer to as step 1 in our first deliberation. Mr. Fetters will then finish up data issues, and then Mr. Greenberg and I will take you through remaining suggestions for next DSP and other steps. I could pass it off to Mr. Fetters now, or Chair Blank, if you'd like to take it in a different direction, please let us know.
No, that'd be great. I do have some introductory comments on the performance metrics, but I'll let Mr. Fetters introduce them, and then I'll share those comments. So thank you, Mr. Mendelson. And I think we're committed to stay here today, at least till 2 or 3 to finish this up. So hopefully that's enough time. Mr. Fetters.
Morning. Can you all hear and see me okay?
We can.
Excellent. I'm Ian Fetters with y'all's advisory staff, and today we will once again be discussing the GMAC rider and cost recovery issues in this DSP. In the previous deliberations, a wealth of discussion has been had and some decisions have been made around the GMAC. Today, we are seeking to finalize remaining GMAC issues. I have grouped them into 3 basic categories: performance screens and performance-based framework, cost categories and budgets, and next steps. And this would probably be a good place to pause for introductory comments before going on to the performance screen stuff.
Thanks. So just really brief comments. Focus on where we address performance concerns and when. For me, on this record, there are serious performance concerns about reliability, customer service, billing, interconnect, energization, the load forecast, real-time visibility, and the status of the distribution system, and the benefits of beneficial electrification, given the company's proposal to implement beneficial electrification with a disproportionate share of the use showing up on peak. At the same time, the company appears to have ignored some of our orders and maybe the statute, both in this case and elsewhere, in ways that, for me, developing a meaningful record and creating appropriate incentives for the company to address these, in my view, serious performance concerns seems challenging. Given this, I'd continue to like to develop performance metrics in this case based on this record and how we can collectively evolve it over time, so that we can link performance to what this company seems to care about, which is accelerated cost recovery. I get that there is a limited record in this case in some areas to develop explicit incentives at the current time. But as I said previously, and like what we do in the phase 2 ERP process, I think we can continue to develop, in this case, over time, meaningful metrics and incentives, either through a notice and comment approach or by holding hearings, in this case, as necessary going forward. So unlike last week, I don't think we necessarily need to wait until June of 2026 to start this. But either way, for me, the critical element is using this record, not trying to somehow build a new record elsewhere in a rulemaking or something else. And then second, linking resolution, or at least addressing the performance concerns as tightly as possible to what the company seems to care about, which is accelerated cost recovery. Finally, I think the May language in 7B3 gives us the legal authority to do it in this case. And if the company is not interested in accelerated recovery of type 2 costs, then so be it. Those costs won't be included in the GMAC. So that's where I'm landing, and I don't think we need to answer every incentive metric question today or at this time, but can do it over time through an evolving record, like what we do in the phase 2 ERP process. So I think that's one shift from our discussion last week, where we talked about trying to expand the record in a June, after a June filing. Perhaps we can do it even before then, depending on what issues we want to look at. So I'll stop there, and I don't know if you have any introductory comments or reaction, Commissioner Gilman, but if you do, now would be the time, now that you thought about it for a week and have talked to advisors and counsel, and anywhere you'd like to go.
I thought about it for more than a week.
Yeah, well, at least a week.
Unfortunately. Yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on a process that actually works. I mean, undoubtedly this has been a tough one, I think, especially considering there's clearly a lot of problems, kind of the litany of complaints and underperformance and things that you mentioned, I agree with really wholeheartedly. It's also clear to me that the intent of the statute was to ensure the pursuit of these goals was affordable and strategic. And this is a tough record upon which to do that without having a better view of actually ensuring that performance improves in those key areas. So I'm probably less fuzzy about tactically how we get there after our fourth iteration here. So I'll be interested to hear your proposal, but what I'll say at the onset is I agree with the premise of why you're going there and why you're interested, and that those are issues and issues that appear directly related to the statutory intent here, and that it would be ideal to resolve sooner than later.
Commissioner Plant, anything you'd like to add before we jump into the substance?
And just yeah, I'd be interested to sort of see how your proposal gets implemented. I understand that sort of the intention behind it. I guess the two things that I have questions about is sort of what happens January 1, and maybe nothing. Maybe there's no additional GMAC there, but I'm not clear like what kind of instruction we're giving to the company in terms of GMAC recovery starting, in a couple of months. And then the only other thing I would say is that I think that there need to be sort of real clear, understandable objectives. And, if you get to here, you get this. If you get to here, you get this, sort of so that there's not a lot of guesswork going forward, and we can implement a system that's both effective and sort of simple, and easily understood. And I'm not sure exactly how the sort of phase one, phase two approach feeds into that. And particularly if we're not having another proceeding to build the record, how we build the record in the ways that you identified. So that might just be my lack of understanding, but that's kind of where I still have questions.
I don't have good answers for how to get about how to get there in this case. I think we need to hear from the parties and in some form of process in 2026
So we
about
would
how.
have another proceeding then, or
No,
another?
I wouldn't say it's a fully litigated proceeding. I would say it's more like the notice and comment process in
Okay.
phase two of the ERP, where we make tens of billions of dollars of decisions on a
So,
notice and
okay, I
comment
think I
on a.
understand. So we would have a notice process that would be sort of an extension of this
That's what
proceeding. So we wouldn't close out we'd open the record up again. Is that okay?
that's what I'm thinking, like what we do in the ERP.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's
That makes more
based
sense.
on this litigation, but it's not a fully litigated case because the litigation has already occurred.
Gotcha.
So that's the model I'm thinking about. A phase two ERP notice and comment process, because I don't think we have a record here to get what you're proposing, which is a well-developed performance structure. So why don't you lead us through it piece by piece, Mr. Fetters, and we'll see where we land.
Sure. So there are essentially three different decision points you could call related to the performance screens. Related first to the interconnection performance screen, then other potential performance screens that have been talked about in previous deliberations, and then finally sort of how the performance screens would be applied logistically to GMAC recovery of other items. So I'll go ahead and walk through the interconnection screen first. To quickly recap, Senate Bill 24218 explicitly says that the performance-based framework must consist of applicable interconnection timelines. For this DSP, PSCO proposed to use the existing timing requirements for the interconnection of distributed energy resources established in the Commission's interconnection procedures and standards. In last week's deliberations, it was generally agreed that the ultimate metric for interconnection framework should be more stringent than simply meeting the Commission's rules, and also that 2025 interconnection data should be provided through the annual reporting process in the same format as provided in discovery to WRA, which were provided as part of hearing exhibit 1700, attachments CV17 and CV18. However, a final benchmark with relation to interconnection has not yet been determined. So I can pause for discussions. I could keep going with the other performance screen questions to sort of link them together. I could provide a recommendation wherever y'all would like.
So I guess, what do you think about some process, and we can maybe provide a little more detail with council, but where there'd be a notice and comment process where the parties would help us tie down the standard. I think we all agree it needs to be more stringent than our rules. And then how we would link it to type 2 cost recovery. And maybe it'd be something like a March 1st filing by the company about how they propose to do it. And then we can go through a notice and comment process that would result in a decision in this case that would link this particular metric to cost recovery. So instead of trying to figure out now on this record, which I don't think is possible, what you mean by more stringent, Commissioner Gilman, and how much money would be allocated to it. I'd suggest some form of process, and the parties can give us more guidance in Triple R, and maybe council can give us more guidance over the next few days. But some process early next year to tie down those two issues, how much dollars are at stake and what the standards are. So thoughts on that, or maybe you have an alternative way of trying to get there.
No, I appreciate that. I think we have 2024 data, which is likely informative to this process, which I think was put in this proceeding, which does show that they're pretty considerably beating the commission rule timeline, at least based on that data. So that's certainly indicative of needing to improve over just the rule timeline. However, I just find myself repeatedly tripping over the mechanics of exactly how this plays out. And so that lends me to think your approach may work, because I don't have a solution for you here today that I think is incredibly satisfying as far as how this works.
We don't have the record for it.
It's not here. I totally agree. And I keep trying to like mull it over and reinvent and roll in my head. But it's not here, especially with regard to like the clawback mechanism, or what year is the actual performance being compared to in capital spending, and how does that actually get implemented? What different percentages of money are available for different performance, and then also what pot of money, as you pointed out, is it going to be items entirely unrelated to interconnection, and so we just don't have the record to establish this right here. As many times as I have rethought it over, I just can't figure out all of the details because they're not there. And I think it will be essential to figure out all those details. And I think we're required to set this performance screen, as part of this proceeding. But the record doesn't lend itself to that. So, could we come up with a days criteria from, say, like 2024 data? Sure. But I'm not fully satisfied that gets us to all of the mechanics of how this really needs to work, and not really satisfied with the company's proposal as being the actual route forward. So yeah, I guess I agree with you in that sense on future process to sort through this, because I just can't find it in the record how we would come to some exact conclusion on all of the many details that need to be settled.
And I'm also reluctant to kick it. I mean, this one's statutory, but I'm really reluctant to delay it to some future rulemaking where all these performance metrics don't get addressed for another 3 or 4 years, or to kick it down the road to the next DSP. So I'm pretty intent on getting this addressed in 20, or at least start to be addressed in 2026, and not kicking it down the road. So I don't know if you have any other comments on that. It sounds like from your intro comments, you agree.
I agree. There's several pretty immediate problems to solve, and that appears to be in the intent linked to this entire exercise.
Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, so when I was thinking about the sort of the performance criteria and how it would apply, I had talked last week, I think, about a 3-year sort of rolling evaluation. And so I tried to come up with sort of a structure of what that might look like. And kind of based on the interconnection sort of formula that I think WRA provided, there's, what meets the expectation, and you've got a band there of whether it's, if we're talking just about interconnection, then it's days that meets the interconnection criteria, and anything below that would be, doesn't meet, and anything above that would be exceeds. And so what I was thinking is that if we were to apply certain components that are not type 1 to the GMAC that's subject to performance recovery, that in 2026 you'd start with, a third, basically a 30% of what the 2026 um, amount would be until you get to that point where you're doing the evaluation. And at that point, you're setting what the 2027 recovery would look like. And if it falls within that band of meets, then there would be 50% in recovery. So you would get 50% recovery for 2027, and also 50% of the 2026 would get applied in 2027. And then, but if it exceeds, then you'd get the 100%. And it would just continue like that as it goes forward. And I feel like, that would be something that could be easily applied in the situation of, figuring out the number of days of interconnection, what you think is acceptable for meeting, what we consider, above that. But where I sort of got a little bit wrapped around the axle is how we take all the other performance criteria that we were discussing and turn that into basically a number, so that we can still create a band that says we meet the expectations with all these different performance criteria and apply the same kind of formula. What it seems to me like what you're proposing, Mr. Chairman, is that the ongoing uh, request to the stakeholders is to tell us how that might happen, what the measurements might be, how they might be turned into an actual, a number or a percentage or a calculation that we could then apply to the various different years of collection. And I don't know if, I mean, what I could say is we could start the 2026 in the way that I was suggesting and have interconnection as, the one criteria. And that's pretty easy to say that, falling within these number of days meets, and anything above or below is exceeds or doesn't meet. And then allow the process to sort of make that a more robust performance evaluation going forward. The alternative to me is we just sort of leave everything out of the GMAC and look to that stakeholder process as informing what happens next.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by 2026. For me, in the November 1st or November, whatever advice letter gets filed this year to go into effect next year, I would propose keeping type 2 out of that. So I don't know if we're aligned with that. And the only time I'd start allowing type 2 would be in the November 2026 advice letter filing for 2027. So are you seeing that the same way, or are you proposing to put type 2 costs into the advice letter that is going to be filed this year for January 1st implementation?
Yeah, so this was the issue that I was sort of raising my concern about last time, is that if we just take 2026 and say, we're going to push that off till the next rate case, you can just, include those costs in the next rate case. We're actually incentivizing them to not spend the money in 2026 because they're going to get accelerated recovery in 2027 of some
Maybe
level.
if they perform.
If they perform, that's some level, but they wouldn't get the 2026 is what I'm saying. So we're kind of putting in this perverse incentive to not spend money early, which was sort of the whole driving force of the GMAC was
For
to get them to
type
spend
2. For
to
type
make
1, we're giving them 100% of what they
no, I
asked
know.
for.
We're talking about type 2 though. But I mean, just when we're looking at the type 2 bucket, we're disincentivizing 2026 expenditures over 2027 expenditures. We're going to get recovery of that faster.
Maybe,
And
maybe.
if they perform, if they don't perform, they don't get anything anyway. But if they do perform, they would get 2027, they wouldn't get 2026. It's what I'm saying. So I just don't want to have a perverse incentive that way, which is why I was saying take, 33% of 2026 and say, okay, you're going to get 33% of the 2026 recovery. At the time that we apply the performance criteria, then you have an opportunity to increase that percentage as well as get recovery for 2027. But if you don't meet the criteria, you don't get anything additional. And basically have that sort of a rolling process so that it's not disincentivizing 2026 investment.
I think that may be the best thing I've heard, but I'm struggling to implement it. 3 hours into this deliberation on the last deliberation without hearing from the parties. So I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, where do you want to try and develop this now on the fly?
I guess I'm optimistically less concerned about a gaming in the year in which the money is spent, because remember, this is not just about the GMAC, right? The base filing here is the distribution system plan. So the company is laying out the system needs and what work they intend to do and why in each year. And so, and their argument here is really this work is critical to their system. So it would be curious if the outcome of this is based just on not receiving preferential cost recovery for items they haven't shown to fit the statutory criteria, they actually put off what they have testified as necessary investment. That would be not impossible, but an odd outcome given their testimony in the proceedings. So I don't disagree with you that the advanced cost recovery provides more incentive to the spending, but the premise of the case is that all of these actions are necessary, and they are necessary on the time frame that the company has already put forth. And so a shifting of the funding in any considerable way per year would be an odd outcome, I guess, that I wouldn't necessarily expect.
Yeah. I mean, I think what the company proposes that they get all of it and then you claw back based on performance, which I think is not, which is overly generous. And this is, and then the other thing is just not recovering anything. So I'm trying to find an in-between path that allows recovery as you go forward, but increases that recovery based on performance.
I'm struggling to support that at this time on this record, even though I'm intrigued. Commissioner Gilman, where are you at? It sounds like you're disagreeing with the underlying premise and not prepared to support it either.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would love to come along and figure out all of the very complicated mechanics of how this works here and now. But unfortunately, I don't think we have the record to do so. And look, from a policy perspective, it would be far preferable for me to have all the performance criteria ready to go, immediately start incentivizing this performance improvements. But that's just not what we're working with. And so I've been trying to fit some of those into the reality of the record here, which is, I think, unfortunately, some rather significant additional process is going to be needed to make something that's actually workable and more predictable and understandable here than we can come up with on the fly.
So is the idea then to take, you've got 26, 27, 28, is the idea to take 26 and apply it with the 27, or you just say 26 is out, 27 you'll apply the performance criteria?
That's where I'm at. I think the 2025 advice letter filing for the 2026 cost recovery based on projections would be limited solely to type 1 with no performance-based incentive, because I just don't think this record supports any metrics. Then for the 2027 GMAC, which will be in a November 1st, 2026 advice letter filing, I would propose that we develop metrics over the course of 2026. In this case, that would apply to that, maybe limited to interconnect, reliability, customer service. And then that would be a clear performance metric, perhaps as you suggest. And I'd love to hear the party reaction to it. And then for the 27 advice letter filing for 2028, I think we'd have time to develop metrics for the broader, putting the beneficial back in beneficial electrification, getting those loads off peak. So that's how I see it playing out.
So just to make sure I understand. So say in 2026 you had a GMAC of $100 million and they, but they wouldn't collect any of that in 2026. But say the programs that they're funding amounted to $100 million. And then say in 2027 they had another $100 million of capital expenditures that they wanted to include in their 2027 GMAC. Would you apply the performance metric to that 200 million, or would you apply the performance metric to just the 100 million?
Just the going forward is my understanding or is my thought about how this would work. So whatever we approve for type 1 now for 2026 GMAC recovery, that's done. We can't do it. And there's 0 type 2. So next year for 2027, we'd approve a bunch of type 1 GMAC cost recovery, and that's done. We can't touch it. It's not subject to performance incentives as I read the statute. But we could carve out some type 2 recovery, say it's $100 million of capital spending and whatever, $10 million of GMAC revenue requirement. That would be totally at risk in November 2026 based on their performance over the next year.
And I would identify those things in this now?
Not today, but I'm thinking in March or April or May or June of 2026, we could develop that incentive structure and determine how that incentive structure would affect individual dollar cost recovery. Like you said, but at least we'd have party comment, we'd have the opportunity to build a record, and that record could be run by the parties.
So we wouldn't pick now what portions of the budget would go into type 2. We would leave that for.
I think we can pick a cap about how much type 2 money we'd have at risk, but I don't think we can develop an incentive structure that would allocate it based on specific criteria at this time. So I'd be prepared to say, $100 million of type 2 in the 2027 GMAC decided in 2026, and maybe 200 million of accelerated capital cost recovery for the deciding in 27 for 2028 cost recovery. But I wouldn't go any further than that in trying to allocate it, set up the metrics. I think that all needs further process. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I think one of our main tasks here today is to delineate what meets the type 1 statutory standard, which definitively does get GMAC recovery, and what meets and what does not meet, basically. Of whatever does not meet, it's in our discretion. If GMAC recovery is awarded, and so I'm not sure we need to set here and now some budgetary cap for the type 2, or what is subject to the performance screens. But we definitively do need to delineate what is the type 1 and definitely gets.
Didn't we already do that? Didn't we already identify type 1?
My understanding from last week's deliberations is that capacity the capacity budget, though there is still an outstanding question of whether the capacity budget would be haircutted at all. The capacity budget in some form or fashion is decisively type 1 and would flow through the GMAC. All of the other categories were decided, as well as, I guess, tools and communications associated with the capacity budget. All the other categories, asset health reliability, new business mandates, software, were decided at the very least not to be type 1, so not to go through the GMAC beginning in 2026 unconditionally, but there is still sort of some outstanding question of whether any of those would be or which of those would be potentially recoverable through this performance-based framework.
So I guess I reserve my right to haircut the capacity budget to get closer to Commissioner Gilman. And what I'd like to suggest is, for now, especially since there's nothing on this record that shows how we get from capital spending to GMAC revenue requirement. So my request would be, assuming I agree with Commissioner Plant and the company gets 100% of capacity considered as type 1, I'd like to request a spreadsheet, an executable format that shows how that decision would get translated into a GMAC revenue requirement recovery. And I'd like to, depending on what that looks like, I'd like to reserve my right to haircut it. But for now, I think I'm with Commissioner Plant, and I think Commissioner Gilman had dissented and basically argued for half the capacity budget. So I think that's the status of the play, and that's what I'd like to do. But Commissioner Commissioner Gilman, do you think I characterized that accurately, and would you support a request to get a spreadsheet in executable format to link capital spending to GMAC? And I'd be fine if you wanted to do that with your proposal too. And I would not schedule a technical conference until we had a chance to review that spreadsheet and see if we had any questions. So I would ask for that spreadsheet in the order in this case, like coming out of today's meeting. So an interim order requesting that. So comments on that? Do you think I've characterized your position accurately?
Yeah, I don't think you've mischaracterized my position. Just to get more, so you're looking for an executable that turns the capital spending we've seen into revenue requirements.
I mean, it's unbelievable, but it's not on this record.
Yeah.
So
what I'm struggling with is, to me, it was sort of a more binary choice at this point as to if that spending by like category and intent and evidence meets the type 1 definition. I'm not clear by what standard you would review the revenue requirement and then decide that it does not meet that standard. Like, that gives me some concern. I mean, I don't know if it's on the strategic and affordable grounds.
how do you know if it's affordable if you don't know how it hits rates?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, on what grounds would we kind of be reevaluating?
I mean, I'm not so much reevaluating. I'm just trying to understand it. Because on this record, I don't know how to determine what's affordable without understanding the relationship between the capital spending and the GMAC rider. And the 10% is just too uncertain for me. I don't want to approve a capital budget and then see, oh, it's 5%, not 10%, or oh, it's 20%, not 10%. So I think on the affordability determination, I'd just like to see what the revenue requirement is and what the rate impact is. So that's all I'm trying to do. I think it is within the ambit of the affordability determination.
Okay, that's just what I was trying to better understand is like under what, how are you viewing that? But I don't have any issues, although likely starting in a different place on the capacity expansion than you.
Commissioner
So-
Planner, you are okay asking for that spreadsheet?
I'm okay. I'm just procedurally, I'm a little confused. So if we're making a decision on an amount, are we not making a decision on the amount of capacity to put into type 1 right now, pending that spreadsheet, or are we?
I'm making a decision, but I want to see the rate impact before I mean, I'm basically agreeing with you, but I want to see what the rate impact is before I finalize that decision.
So we're not finalizing our. I just don't know how long. I mean, what the process is if we do that. I'm
I would ask for a spreadsheet within the next few days, depending on what advisors and council say. And if we have to bring it back next week, we bring it back next week. But if it's at 10%, I would view it as a final decision. But I mean, it was just impossible to see how the 2026 capital budget played out in the GMAC. Does that make sense, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they gave us the revenue requirement with the assumption of all the things that they put in type 1. And but they didn't break it out so we don't know what I think
There was
it was
you couldn't
around,
follow it in a spreadsheet. It was just a number.
yeah, we assumed it was around half, but that's just an estimate, yeah.
Right. So does that, I think we may have answered some future questions for you, Mr. Fetters, but you want
I
to
don't
just
think
keep
we're going
going?
down the spreadsheet in the way that Mr. Fetters had hoped.
Sorry.
It was organized the way it existed in my head, I guess, but I knew it was a big web of interconnected things, certainly. So, and I guess I would also ask Ms. Dundas for any insight on kind of the timing, or Mr. Mendelson with regards to future CWMs. But my understanding of the ask is basically an executable spreadsheet showing the sole impact of 100% of the capacity budget on the GMAC revenue requirement for 2026, 2027, and 2028. And I think one thing that we had discussed at some previous open meetings was the impact of the 13-month averaging of plant and how that could potentially impact the revenue requirement throughout the different years. So I think as part of that, getting the monthly capacity budget to better be able to translate that into the rates would be useful as well.
So
And what would you ask for, Ms. Dundas? End of day Monday, or is that too late? Do we need noon on
well,
Monday?
Chair, I'm just a little concerned, depending on the scope of the ask, that it looks like new evidence, frankly. So what I thought you were asking for a spreadsheet is basically a preview as to what they show at the technical conference, which is more in line with how we typically do it for rate cases. So what I thought the ask was going to be for was essentially the approved budgets of money that will flow through, not contingent on any additional process for setting performance metrics. That would be what we'd expect to see in a GMAC advice letter filing, that we would see that preview before the technical conference. So I think that's
Right.
capacity and related tools, EIDA and the TCID roll-in is what I had from last week is what was definitively voted on to go through the GMAC.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fine to characterize it that way. I'm not, if we get the spreadsheet, I'm not sure we need the technical conference.
Right. I mean, the technical conference is usually just to answer questions on like how it was put together and that type of thing. So we could delay that scheduling until a later date if it's questionable if we need it.
But I'm
Timing
fine with
wise,
I'm fine with how you characterize the spreadsheet.
timing wise, I think that depends on whether we're doing an interim order or if it's going to be on the basis of this discussion. Maybe we come back to that deadline towards the end when we see how clear this discussion is. But my understanding right now from where you're at is that under 7B2, there's this determination of what projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance the legislative priorities of SB 24-218. And those activities are qualifying activities that must occur through the GMAC. It sounds like there is almost consensus on 100% of capacity going through that. EIDA, TCID roll in, and then the capacity related tools. I'm not sure where we are on asset health. But I also heard from that beginning of the conversation that pursuant to 7B3, which is the activities and budgets that the commission finds do not benefit or advance the goals. Recovery may occur through the GMAC if the utility meets the criteria established in the performance-based framework approved by the commission here. And what it sounded like is that you are maybe coalescing around the idea that you don't have the record to establish that performance-based criteria here, and that's what more process will be for. One caveat there is that this spending analysis pursuant to Section 7 of 24-218 happens within a distribution system plan. So whether that budget of money available pending the determination of a performance framework here is decided today or at a later date, that's a distribution system plan decision.
So that has to be done in this case.
It says within a distribution system plan, a qualifying utility shall propose and the commission shall evaluate. So, I mean, we could take it offline and see if we think there's other pathways available, but I think that was at least my expectation was that evaluation happens in the DSP.
So, but if we kept this record opened or reopened it later, that would satisfy that criteria.
So this 24A0547E is a DSP. So you see, yes, I think so.
Okay. Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plank, questions for Ms. Dundas?
No.
Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Mendelson's going to maybe have cleanup from what I said.
No, I just wanted to suggest that to the extent that we're going to kick reliability metrics down the road and seek further guidance from the parties, it might be helpful if the commission put together prompts, and perhaps we could use this next week to develop those prompts and get those in front of you and finalize that.
Good point, Mr. Mendelson. That was one more thing I wasn't clear on from your discussion. I think Commissioner Plant sort of asked this question, but are you defining what will be in that, what will be the criteria by which 7B3 is evaluated today, or at least in this decision? Or is that something you want to receive comments for in this?
I think we'll do the best we can with the record in front of us, but I think there's limits on how far we can go on this record.
In developing the, I guess, subject buckets into methodologies, is that the subject of the comments or the subject bucket also comments?
I think we should try and define what the metrics we're looking at today.
The
I think
areas of improvement, let's call it that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we basically did it last week. So maybe that's the second prompt on Mr. Fetter's list. Why don't you just jump to that now? Would that be okay, Ms. Dundas?
As long as interconnections on there, since that's part of the fight.
Yes, I think that's on there by statute.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was picturing next as well. So The next question on the list is the sort of other performance screens that should be considered. In this context, again, as was just talked about, it would not necessarily be figuring out how they all relate together at this time. But in last week's deliberations, there was discussion of a number of potential metrics and criteria. It was generally agreed that metrics that the commission should consider include the reliability metrics outlined in staff's 2024 outage report, as well as those reliability metrics reported in the QSP, customer service metrics based on staff's 2024 customer service report, which is in this record as hearing exhibit 2307, and potentially also metrics related to flexible load and load shapes. But there was some uncertainty regarding which specific metrics would be applied in which years, and some of that kind of relates to the conversation that was just had. But I think the question here is just confirming which of those metrics and criteria would be looked at going forward, and I'll pause for y'all's discussion.
So I propose the interconnect, customer service, and outages be looked at for the 26th determination for 2027, and that the demand and supply and anything else be looked at in the following year. And I don't really have anything to add to the list of what we discussed last week, but Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go.
You hit me with that 2026 list again, 2026 for the 2027 spending list again.
Customer service and billing, reliability and outage, both of which are driven by the staff report, and interconnect, as we just discussed.
When do you see energization hitting, or I don't know if we need to define that, maybe dependent on the rulemaking a bit, but.
I mean, I would love to do it next year, but I think there's statutory language that says it has to be in the next DSP.
Oh, right.
Okay.
That is my understanding as well, and I think there was a can you all still hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a determination last week basically saying this will be further outlined in the rulemaking and used for the next DSP.
Okay. Yeah, I have no edits to your general intent. And I would say an elaboration on the 2027/2028 demand and supply is moving toward increased optimization and load shape, matching generation availability, which incorporates a lot of different concepts.
I loved how you put it last week, putting the beneficial back in beneficial electrification. I thought that was great. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree with all those. On the load shape, I mean, what we want to do is obviously shift, but would we want to specifically look at those feeders that have coincident peak, since those are the ones that are gonna have the impact?
Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly prioritize them. There's a generation and transmission component of it too. But yeah, I like the idea of somehow prioritizing among the distribution ones. You want to keep going, Mr. Fetters?
Sure. The next question on the list regarding performance screens, I think, has mostly been sorted. I think one question that still remains in there may end up being punted to, I guess, section 4, the next steps, the reporting issue. I guess the question is just when the true up would occur if we are not doing the June 1st filing, if it would occur on April 1st as proposed by the company, or if it would be some other date. But I think that would be something to talk about in step 4 here.
Okay. So I think right now on decision 2-4, there's no haircut on new capacity. On 2.5, I think we're not going to have any asset health and reliability considered as type 1. Uh,
On 2.4, real quick, I guess, would that constitute a 2-1 vote? Commissioner
yes.
Gilman, would you write a dissent on that?
I suspect it'll just be a footnote with
Okay.
my reference and the reasoning and in a sentence.
Okay. So 2.5, asset health and reliability was decided to decisively not be type 1 based on the company not be meeting their burden to show that the asset health and reliability budget was strategic and affordable. However, there was some discussion of including a portion of the asset health and reliability budget in the GMAC subject to performance-based framework as determined by the commission.
I think we've talked about that, and um, do you think we have to have the type 2 budget now? I think that was the main open issue.
I would probably defer to Ms. Dundas on that question.
Chair, what would be where else would it get decided? What's the alternative?
I'd be prepared to decide it now. I'd so for me, the type 1 budget is capped at the budgets they've shown, and I'd cap type 2 at maybe 100 million for 2027 and 200 million for 2028. But I don't know, whatever you guys think is probably fine for me. I just want to provide an incentive for them to fix all these performance issues. But Commissioner Plant, do you have a view?
No, I think that's fine. It's I think what you're proposing is sort of tied to that affordability question, which we don't really know the answer to. And I would be comfortable with that cap, at least uh, in this initial iteration.
Commissioner Gomez, any thoughts you have?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm generally okay with that. I mean, really, the intent would be to use our discretion under the May language to put, a consequential amount of dollars available for this preferential treatment, assuming the company is able to meet the performance standards that we're linking to those objectives. So I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonably proportionate amount of money under our discretion in the May to try to link to the performance improvements, especially those that I think are expected as part of the statutory basis.
Let me throw out one concern, and you can tell me if maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. If they have, I don't have their budget in front of me, but if they had, say, $200 million worth of capital that the performance is being applied to, if they met something that gave them 50%, or if they met something that gave them 80%, it would still be 50% because we have a cap at 100. So I'm just wondering, um, is the 100 million basically what the performance criteria would be applied to, so that that the application of the performance criteria would be anything along that $100 million continuum based on how their performance is, or is it applied to whatever they bring forward in their November 1st filing for the next year and then we apply a cap after that, because I think that the implications of the cap could be different depending on how we consider that. Does that make sense?
I don't have a strong reaction or answer. I mean, to me, they get the type 1 GMAC recovery, that's capped. And then they have, depending on how the capital goes into the GMAC, that would also be capped. But the amount would be at our discretion based on how the performance metrics and performance played out. But is that responsive or maybe not?
So we wouldn't have an established performance formula.
We might, we just can't do it now. I mean, it'd be awesome if we could do it next year before November 1st. That would be the goal.
That's all I was saying, is if we do have a formula and that formula says if they meet their objectives, they get 50%. If they exceed their objectives, they get 100%. And then they come in with a $200 million November 1 GMAC. Basically exceeding and meeting is going to give them the same amount because it's going to be 100 million because we're capping it. And that's why I'm trying to figure out, do we apply that 100 million as what the performance criteria is applied against, or are we using it as an end cap?
I would view it as an end cap.
So
And
that,
no matter what they do, they don't get more than that.
that may impact the effectiveness of a performance criteria, is all I'm saying.
It may,
Yeah.
you're saying we'll have to structure it so the upside stays at or below the cap.
Right.
I agree with that. But I don't want to fight where they're asking for more than the 100 million or more than the 200 million. I would just cap it now, and then we have to design the mechanism effectively. But Commissioner Goman,
Yeah, I think I'm understanding Commissioner Plant's question, and I think are of the same mind as you, but have a different answer. So if it's 100 million, let's say total spending is like total, this is just rough, total non-capacity spending in 2027 is 558 million. If the type 2 is capped at 100 million for 2027, I believe 100 million would be the basis upon which any performance criteria is then adjusted. So if you achieve 50%, that's 50 million. It's not 50% of 558 million. And so that is the total dollars eligible for GMAC under type 2 in the performance screen. But 100% performance would be 100% of that dollar value. That's how I interpret your question. That's what I think the most rational answer would be. I kind of presume the chair's with me on that, given his comments, but maybe more directly answers your question.
Yes.
That's exactly the concern I was trying to get at. So the 100 million is the full potential of the performance screen application, and if there's subpar performance, it gets reduced from that. So, okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I thought we were there. Ms. Dundas.
So I'm hearing, I think, a vote under 7B3 that there is no projected distribution activities or corresponding budgets approved for 2026, 100 million for 2027, pending that would only be accessed pending the development of a performance-based framework through continual process here in this proceeding, and then 200 million to be unlocked again pending the development of that performance screen through future process in this proceeding. And that 100 and 200 million is the amount of the asset health category that you're approving as type 2, or does the company then also have, so does that mean denial of all of the things
I think
that
it's
you
the
characterize as
total.
type 2?
I think it's the total, Mr. Chair, right?
Yeah.
Not just asset health.
So that
Well, I mean, I might, I would just probably limit it to asset health because that spending is hundreds of millions of dollars. So it'd be just a small part of asset health, but we can put it over other categories. What's your preference, Commissioner Plant?
Well, I just was thinking if that's what we're going to apply the performance screen to, then it can include whatever categories they want to include in there, but the cap is the cap. It's
Yeah,
100.
exactly. You okay with that, Ms. Dundas?
Um,
I guess that we would say the November 1 request is capped at $100 million and the performance screen is applied to that. The November 1 request in 2027 is capped at 200 million and the performance screen is applied to that. And the category that it comes from is up to the company.
Yeah, I
yeah,
like that.
that's where you're losing me. I'm just wondering what projected distribution activities you're connecting that 100 and 200 million to.
What, would you be all right if we just connected it to asset health and reliability, Commissioner Plant? I think it'd be a cleaner decision.
That's fine with me. It's just that if the company wanted to add in other elements to their November 1 GMAC request, it wouldn't be capped then if we were only capping the asset health and reliability. But I mean, I just want to make sure what we get is what we're intending to get.
I think what I heard the chair say is that for 7B3, you are defining the projected distribution activities as up to $100 million of either non-capacity spending or asset health spending. I think that would be the two options I've heard from your discussion.
I'm fine with either. Do you have what you need, Ms. Dundas, or do we need to take a
If
vote?
that's if what I just said is about what you think you decided, then that's fine with me.
I think what you said is what we decided.
Yeah, that works.
Yes, and I don't think you need to worry about delineating the other spending. I mean, to me, unless we're saying it is eligible under our discretion for the type 2, it's not. Yeah.
Okay, because there's I think Mr. Fetters was about to go here. There's the non-type 1 budget categories. The company is labeled as non-type 1, which is some new business mandates, some tools. We determined some of the tools, but all of that would then be denied type 2 recovery, and there's 100 million of asset health. That's the projected distribution activities eligible.
That's fine by me.
Okay. Mr. Fetters, does that make sense?
I think it makes sense. Just a couple additional clarifying questions. One, to be 100% sure, this would be the 100 million cap for 27, 200 million for 28 would be the GMAC eligible spending and not sort of an overall cap on spending, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And just to be 100% sure as well, the 100 million cap for 2027 would be $100 million of capital spending in 27, and then the $200 million for 28 would be $200 million worth of capital spending on top of that. So it would be getting to a total of 300 million at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Plant, do you agree with that characterization?
Yeah, I guess it's a up to 300 because they wouldn't necessarily get the full 100 the first time. But yeah.
Commissioner Gilman, anything you'd say different?
No.
Okay, Mr. Fetters, keep us moving.
Okay. So the next question on the list was the cap, and I think we just talked about that. The last item on the GMAC list is the question of the technical conference. And if I am understanding correctly, at this time, we are not ordering a technical conference, but rather we are going to order the spreadsheet showing the calculations of the GMAC revenue requirement based on 100% capacity spending, as discussed earlier, which should come in and will be clarified more in the next few days. And then from there, a potential technical conference could happen depending on if
Questions?
the commission has additional questions based on that information.
Or council or advisors.
Okay.
Ms. Dundas?
Yeah, it's just I would just say it again a little bit differently. It's 100% of the capacity budget was approved here under 7B2, as well as the other categories that have also been approved, not contingent on more process, which again I think was EADA, TCAD roll-in, and then the tools related to capacity spending. So it would be those, I guess, four things, the budget to the revenue requirement in a spreadsheet.
I'm fine with that. Commissioner Plant, would you say it different, or do you want to see anything else?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
Okay. I think that's all I had on the GMAC for now. Can turn it back to Mr. Mendelson for a moment, though it might come back to me for data issues in a sec.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Fetters. All right, so stepping back a bit to where we started the deliberations, which was general impression on the budget broadly, regardless of cost recovery issues. So our first vote is if the commission generally approves or wishes to apply additional guardrails to the budget proposed by Public Service. As you'll recall, the company's plan suggests a budget of approximately $1 billion per year over the 2026 to 2028 period. In prior deliberations, the commission voted against any presumption of prudence emanating from this proceeding and to include only capacity investments, representing about 40% of total proposed investments as type 1. As you just discussed, remaining investments are potentially eligible for GMAC recovery, although there's a cap now. Staff suggested the commission generally reject the budget and only refer to what is GMAC eligible. UCA suggested a roughly 9% reduction in the budget. Numerous other parties suggested the commission approve the budget as necessary, given current stresses on the grid and the overall electrification goals of the state. So at this juncture, does the commission wish to offer any additional guidance, comment, or support for the proposed budget or its components?
So I would just say that on this record, there are significant affordability and other forecasting and modeling concerns with these spending levels, and that we've declined to provide a presumption of prudence. At the same time, the company has the obligation to provide reliable service, and we will review the prudency of the spending in the context of a future rate case in sort of more of the ordinary course of regulation. So I just put in some language like that. I think it's best we can do. But Commissioner Gilman, other guardrails you'd like to put in or concerns with that language, or do you say it different?
No, not really. I think it's important to recognize that there are certainly portions of the system that are under stress and require investment, and it's critical to ensure that that work can be done to meet the loads, to meet economic development, electrification policies. And I think that what we're trying to put in place through the preferential cost recovery is expectations around performance that the company can ideally achieve, in pursuit of those to help ensure that there's a real prioritization in place to improve service for customers as part of this effort. Look, it's a lot of spending. It's a lot that the company says is all necessary. In part, it's a lot of things being done, a lot of expected growth on the system, and in part, it's really the escalation of the cost of many of the things that they're doing related to tariffs and other policy changes. And so I wish it weren't going to have such an impact on customers, but it is a lot of upcoming spending. And I think, that the company says is necessary in order to improve their service to customers. And so I think the best we can do is around a lot of the framework we've already discussed to ensure that we're doing our best to make sure it actually results in those improvements to customers through the frameworks we've discussed.
It all works for me. Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
I agree. That summed it up pretty well.
Alrighty. With respect to the next item, 1.2, and overall DSP approval, we realized that this is kind of picked up in step 4, where we're going to go through 8 specific elements that's described in the statute. So we'll skip this step for now and pick it up below. On the next item, does the commission require an initial comprehensive report or other stage gates targeted or relevant to targeted undergrounding, as suggested by UCA staff and CEO? This issue overlaps a bit with reporting requirements, which we'll delve into fully below. But as recap, the company proposes to conduct targeted undergrounding of certain feeders that are prone to weather-related outages. There's a new category of spending proposed to initiate with $8 million in 2026, increasing to $42 million per year by 2028. UCA CEO and staff raised considerable concerns. UCA recommends the company provide an initial comprehensive study on undergrounding activities across the DSP and wildfire mitigation plan. This study should include total amount of miles to underground each year of the plan's implementation, cost-benefit analysis of the selected undergrounding infrastructures, identification and mapping of the selected undergrounding infrastructures, programmatic schedule for undergrounding activities by year, amount of poles substituted by undergrounding, and total amount of yearly estimated capital expenditures on undergrounding for both plans. UCA suggests a 50% reduction in targeted undergrounding funding. CEO groups target undergrounding with other undergrounding activity, including mandates and new business, as suggests the need for guardrails and information about when undergrounding projects are or should be pursued. They suggest 4 specific requirements. First, that the company should adopt a rubric when underground activity affordably and strategically benefits or advances the target standards, plans, regulations, and state energy policy goals. That the company's next DSP include a comparison of how the underground distribution activities perform compared to overhead distribution activities. That the company provide in its next DSP SAIDI, SAFE, and CAIDI metrics for poor performing assets and whether or not they are located in or directly serve disproportionately impacted communities. Staff generally agrees and notes that under the company's plan, it retains full discretion over which lines to move underground under its targeted undergrounding program, and local governments will decide which lines to move underground under the category of mandates, which raises concerns of cost control, equity, and transparency. Staff argues that the company should provide detailed cost-benefit analysis of undergrounding for specific regions where such undertaking yield greater benefits relative to cost. Staff proposes requiring the company to submit a detailed cost estimate of target undergrounding to include capital and O&M broken down by segment, which includes trenching, equipment, labor, permitting, and where applicable. To the extent quantifiable, a ranking of all overhead lines that are candidates for undergrounding according to the frequency and impact of outages on ratepayers and businesses where such lines are located based on QSP type reliability metrics, a cost-benefit analysis of targeted undergrounding of the selected lines, including the quantification of avoided outage costs and reliability improvements, and a comparative analysis, which should entail a side-by-side comparison of targeted undergrounding with other measures, such as but not limited to enhanced vegetation management, covered conductors, and so on. The company replies that the targeted undergrounding program is for those lines that are so vulnerable that they support the investment in undergrounding, that the benefits of the program are well established. They say that they don't believe reporting on its analysis in the detail requested by the parties, especially as proposed by staff, is appropriate, as it will consider the categories of information, but it will consider the categories of information the parties identified when it is developing the method for identifying lines to be undergrounded. So at this juncture, does the commission agree with arguments the company should produce an overall analysis for undergrounding prior to implementation, and that such analysis should include a cost-benefit analysis of the undergrounding activity? And what would this analysis be submitted?
Commissioner Goodman, what do you think? I'm probably in the middle where you got to do something like staff, but maybe not in quite that detail. I just don't want to, turn this into some blank check, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to take a recommendation from Mr. Mendelson on how to kind of craft the path forward.
I think his recommendation is going to be too close to the company for my comfort.
I could offer it if you like. Advisors recommend the commission require the company to clearly identify the projects it plans to implement for the year when filing its annual GMAC plan, with some but not all of the metrics suggested by UCA CEO and staff. In particular, we do not recommend the commission require a benefit cost analysis of targeted undergrounding. This represents a deep understanding of and really complex analysis, trying to answer the critical question: what is the value of a customer interruption?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see some basic benefit cost analysis. I think that's the exact question we gotta look at is because we just don't do reliability at every cost, at any cost, and given the sort of capital bias, it's just concerns that there's just nothing to rely on. So something like a middle ground of a sort of a modified version of Mr. Mendelson's recommendation, but anywhere you'd like to go, Commissioner Gilman.
So you have in mind, first of all, like the identification of the projects, so we much better understand what's actually going to be done in a given year. And then also some lessened detail, cost benefit analysis. Any more detail on what your expectations would be there?
Just like the same way you make any business decision, you look at the costs, you look at the benefits, and see if it's sensible. So yeah, maybe it doesn't have to be some detailed engineering analysis down to the nth degree, but just some rough business case that this investment makes sense for customers. So, I mean, it's it's like you're running a company, show it's a sensible investment. So that's how I'd say it. I don't know if you'd say it any different.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like a reasonable overview of the economics and really the reason it was prioritized.
Yeah.
It seems like there are a lot of lines you could underground and it would all cost a lot. And then of course we have massive efforts also within the wildfire mitigation plan at undergrounding. So this was one of the things most difficult to understand here is what is being prioritized in this particular venue and why. So I'd be okay with a, kind of rougher, I guess, cost effectiveness, cost benefit analysis, and essentially an explanation of why those specific segments were actually targeted, which was not clear on this record.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'm good with that. The only concern I would have, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but this would be sort of a basis for a prudency analysis, I'm imagining, ultimately. And so, I mean, I think we either give the company some pretty specific parameters, or we can expect that, we're going to get what we get. If their recovery is sort of dependent upon it. So
does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah, so you would like to see essentially a simplified benefit cost analysis.
Yeah, with not necessarily based on engineering analysis, but simpler, higher level. But and as Commissioner Gomez said, some sense of why this is a priority.
All right, that makes sense. Okay, the
I think
next,
why the projects are a priority, not like this in terms of the genre generally.
Yes, yes.
We
Why
only
this
heard that
project?
general level in the hearing, so I would like to hear more of the why these projects.
okay, so to comment specifically on each project for its relevancy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so the next item is to adopt or reject the grid of the future concept. When submitting its DSP, the company also submitted an accompanying document, what it refers to as the grid of the future analysis. This concept and study was developed by Kavala, a consulting firm, and is designed in part to facilitate the alternative analysis requirement of the statute. Specifically, 24218 at Section 5C1 requires the company to present at least two future planning scenarios with corresponding investments to show different future states of the distribution system. UCA recommends that the Commission reject the company's 2050 Grid of the Future proposal as short-sighted and insufficiently customer-oriented. Instead, the Commission should open a new proceeding to explore alternative frameworks for distribution system operations, which we'll take up more fully below. While staff did not directly discuss the Kavala study, they argued the Commission should find the party's lack of opposition to the specific capacity investments is actually due to lack of opportunity to explore alternative analysis. I'll pause here for your discussion or can provide a recommendation.
Yeah, if you could provide a recommendation, that'd be great.
All right. So advisors recommend the Commission find that the Kavala study, while generally illustrative and perhaps technically meeting the statutory requirements to provide an alternative analysis, does not provide the parties or the Commission a true opportunity to adequately test key input assumptions and modeling approaches. Instead, advisors suggest the Commission should set the expectation that the company will conduct separate modeling runs through their primary tool, LoadSeer. The company indicated that the LoadSeer developer is working to expand the model's capability to hold information static for purposes of modeling other input assumptions. If necessary, the company should procure an additional license to LoadSeer or find other solutions so that this general expectation is met in time for the company's next DSP.
Commissioner Gutman?
Yes, I agree with those recommendations. And I mean, I think a lot of what we're talking about today is how do we really set the company up to deliver on the vision of the grid of the future through this program, through this funding. And so I agree with your recommendations, Mr. Mendelson.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree as well.
As do I.
All righty. So now we're going to kick it back to Mr. Fetters to finish up the data issues.
Thank you, Mr. Mendelson. We will now be turning to the Green Button Connect side of data issues. Green Button Connect is a standard for data sharing across the utility industry, accessible via a variety of software applications. In this presentation, I will mostly refer to it as Green Button Connect, but may occasionally shorten it to GBC for ease and time. The GBC issues are mostly spearheaded by Mission Data, and they are a continuation of those discussed in the 1-second data proceeding number 23A-0471E. Mission Data asserts that PSCo's Green Button Connect implementation is full of errors, limitations, and is not in line with expectations for functionality or Commission directives. I will first go through Mission Data's criticisms collectively, followed by decision points on them. Can you all still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you. Mission Data identifies 6 areas of expectations for Green Button Connect implementation: ease of onboarding, user-friendliness, standard compliance, accuracy and completeness, documentation, and timeliness of data delivery. Mission Data further states that PSCo fails at the first 5 of these, and that timeliness of data delivery cannot even be assessed because of inability to receive automated data. Regarding onboarding, Mission Data Witness Murray outlines his experience trying to register as a GBC data recipient with PSCo. Murray received many error messages, long sequences of emails with PSCo support team, and failed links, asserting that after over 3 months, he is still unable to make automated requests for customer authorized information. Regarding user-friendliness, Murray notes that the authorization request URLs do not work correctly, and the manual method to grant authorization is long, cumbersome, requires a number of steps, and may still result in error messages. Other problems identified include a confusing authorization UI with display glitches, and the need to make multiple discrete authorizations if a customer has more than one billing account. Regarding standards compliance, while Piesco holds a green button certification, which indicates it passed technical tests and is interoperable with multiple third-party applications, Murray notes that the certificate record is over 18 months old and asserts that there is no way the current implementation would pass the tests, particularly authorization and authentication tests. Murray speculates that the certification process could have been conducted in a test environment rather than the actual production system, or that there could have been changes since the certificate was established. Regarding accuracy and completeness, Murray asserts that Piesco's GBC implementation lacks a wealth of information, which results in Piesco failing to meet a reasonable standard for parity of access. As outlined by mission data, the missing information includes gas usage, rate information, customer account information, and high-quality usage data. Regarding gas usage data, Piesco currently does not allow for gas data to be shared for Green Button Connect. Mission data recommends that Piesco be required to allow gas customers to share gas usage data through GBC and make at least 2 years of historical data available. Regarding rate information, Mission data asserts that GBC supports the sharing of which rate schedule applies to a particular customer and recommends that this information be required to be shared. Regarding customer account information, Mission data notes that Piesco does not share account information, such as account numbers or premise addresses, through GBC, and asserts that account numbers are useful for tracking customers during program enrollment and that premise numbers are important for multi-site commercial customers. Additionally, Mission data recommends that Piesco be required to provide at least 2 years of historical usage data, or if a customer has been on the system for fewer than 2 years, data back to the date that they became a customer. While AMI meters are relatively new on Piesco's system, Mission data notes the monthly usage data could be shared through GBC as well, so at least 2 years worth of data should be providable. Regarding documentation, Murray describes Piesco's documentation on GBC as sparse, containing incorrect information and not being provided until after registration, and emphasizes the importance of documenting any deviations from the GBC standard. Given those criticisms, Mission data claims that Piesco is not in compliance with Electric Rule 3207D and that Piesco does not satisfy the Commission's concerns about data parity established in 23A0471E. Mission data additionally criticizes Piesco's implementation of its Home Area Network Service, or HAN, as well as My Energy Connection, the mobile app that allows customers to access HAN functionality. Mission data asserts the My Energy Connection is littered with bugs, including missing real-time energy usage data, stuck data that does not update, and reports of temporary outages that last for an extended time, and also notes the app's poor ratings on app stores. Mission data also points out that HAN functionality is limited to customers with one premise, one account, and one meter, which Mission data asserts is a policy never approved by the Commission and could result in frustrated customers. In cross-answer testimony, AEU supports Mission Data's concerns regarding Green Button Connect, emphasizing the importance of customer data for AVPP implementation, including rate class information to verify that a customer is in a distribution level class in the first place, and energy usage information to assess a customer's performance inside the system. AEU emphasizes the urgency of the issue and notes that the company has had almost 10 years to improve its GBC system. In rebuttal, company witness Pascucci describes the company's GBC implementation as functional and adequate. Pascucci claims Mission Data is letting the perfect be the enemy of the good and counters several of the criticisms in Murray's testimony. With regards to Murray's user experience errors, Pascucci notes that Murray was attempting to utilize GBC as both a vendor and a customer at the same time, which inherently causes issues, that Murray does not have an Excel customer account, and that Murray no longer experienced connection issues after being provided data from actual customers. With regards to gas data, Pascucci believes the gas data is outside the scope of this case and would be better explored in the DSM proceeding. Pascucci also notes that the company does not have AMI meters for gas at this time, and so the value of that data in GBC would be limited, but nonetheless, the company is exploring whether gas billing data could be provided. With regards to high-quality usage data, company witness Pollock retorts that PSCo does provide process data after the validation process is conducted. The validation process ultimately replaces the raw data in GBC, usually within 24 hours. Further, Pollock explains that the company did an analysis to compare raw and processed data in response to Murray's answer testimony and found that less than 1% of raw data was updated. Nevertheless, Pollock states the company is exploring additional transparency regarding data quality. And with regard to HON restrictions, company witness Pascucci notes that expanding HON to customers with more than 1 meter would not be cost-effective, would only be used by a tiny minority of customers. PSCo also asserts that the company is not out of compliance with any HON requirements and that the existing functionality is reasonable and prudent. So with all that, Mission Data offers a series of recommendations on the company's GBC implementation, which we will now go through. The first is generally how the Green Button Connect improvements identified by Mission Data should be handled. Mission Data recommends that if PSCo does not accomplish all of its recommended changes within 6 months of a final decision in this proceeding, then PSCo should be required to procure a new GBC platform through an RFP process. AEU recommends requiring the company to present a detailed plan with timelines and benchmarks to fix its GBC program within 6 months from a final order and proceeding, or if the plan is insufficient and the company misses the milestones, to issue an RFP for a new Green Button Connect implementer. And I can pause for discussion or have a recommendation.
Now, if you can get to your recommendation, and if you could please simplify the presentation and just jump to the decision points. We've been at this for over 4 hours.
Certainly, and everything remaining on here is much quicker. Advisors recommend adopting AEU's recommendation for PSCo to create a detailed plan to improve their GBC implementation. The detailed report should include timelines for at least providing gas usage data through Green Button Connect, more complete historical usage data through Green Button Connect, clean up on the language around billing quality data versus raw data, bug fixes for Green Button Connect, as well as the My Energy Connection app, and information on the feasibility and cost of expanding HON functionality to customers with more than one property, account, or meter.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree. And, I just want to underscore that, we have a lot of programs that try and maximize, the controllability of our resources. And it really comes down to how we manage the data. And if we get that wrong, I think everything else kind of falls apart. So I really appreciate the Mission Data evaluations here, and I think that they came up with some really relevant and important recommendations for improvement. And I really think it's kind of critical that we make this work for the overall system, or else it's going to continue to plague us for the years to come.
I would include Commissioner Plant's language in the order of the commission, except for maybe the use of the word plague. Commissioner Gutman, you're all right with Commissioner Plant's language?
Yeah, I certainly dismayed at the number of issues and seemingly fairly easy to address or obvious to address issues here that, like a lot of the previous points, just stand in the way of making actual progress at a lot of our objectives in a strategic way. And yeah, so I agree with what Commissioner Plant said.
Should we add this to the list of performance issues we want to see improved upon next year? Access to data.
Yeah, I think making sure that that the Green Button Connect program is working for everybody. I mean, the idea that if you have a production meter, you can't use the app. I mean, that's crazy. It just, I think it's just more roadblocks to getting what we're trying to get done. And
Yeah,
I
and
was just
it's
really stunned at the number of difficulties here.
so we'll let's add this to the performance metrics, and I don't know how we'll do this, but this is somewhere where an area where we'll want to see significant improvement. The amount of time in this case on these issues was just way too much, and a sign that things are not on track. So, all right,
Yeah, I was
Commissioner,
going to
go
say,
on.
I mean, I don't know that this necessarily becomes its own performance metric, but there are several to-dos in the short term related to the HCA data and, progress there related to flexible interconnect and a timely filing there related to the green button connect improvements. And so at a minimum, Mr. Fetters, I think it would be very valuable to consolidate a lot of those like near-term expectations within the decision in some location so that they are clearly trackable. I mean, this is bound to result in a 200-page decision. And I think it's really essential, especially for these things we expect to happen in the next 6 months, 9 months, to have a clear place to reference and then some form of reporting where we can actually understand, was the progress made that was expected to be made here? And I think often we kind of struggle with these very long decisions to have like a clearly referenceable area. And so I think that would be very helpful just given the number of expected timely process improvements across the board.
Keep going, Mr. Fetters.
Sure. The next decision point on Green Button Connect is whether PSCo should eliminate its 2-year restriction on data sharing through GBC. PSCo's implementation of GBC allows customers to choose how long they authorize sharing their data, but has a maximum time period of 2 years beyond the date of authorization, after which customers must reauthorize third-party access. Mission Data argues this 2-year limit is inconsistent with the data sharing form approved by the Commission in 14R 0394EG. In rebuttal, PSCo asserts that the 2-year limit is a necessary default safety feature and ensures that customers maintain awareness that they are sharing data. And I understand that Commissioner Plant has thoughts on this one, so I can pause for y'all's discussion or have a recommendation also.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, what I was going to propose and see if you guys think this is a good solution. I mean, I think you need to, inform the customers and make sure that they know, but we also don't want to disrupt third-party, programs that, get disconnected and then have to have. So I was just going to suggest that there's an annual notification of data sharing with an opt-out option. And if the customers want to opt out after being notified, they forgot they did it or whatever reason, or they're not happy with it, the service, then they can opt out and instead of having this disconnection happen.
I like that. Commissioner Gumman.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense than automatically disrupting the data that the customer, clearly authorized, but ensuring that there is a reasonable interval notice to the customer that they understand how to act to cease that sharing seems a very reasonable way to deal with it.
Mr. Fetters, keep going.
Thank you. Next is whether PSCo should be required to implement a functional authorization URL. Currently, Green Button Connect authorization is conducted through a series of links on PSCo's website. Mission Data Witness Murray claims that in absence of a functional authorization URL, the Green Button Connect authorization process is complicated and confusing, requires a number of steps, and can also result in error messages. And they assert that a simple authorization URL is necessary to scale data sharing to support the VPP rollout. In rebuttal, PSCo posits that authorization via URL is not a required element of GBC certification, and that several of Murray's error messages using its normal authorization process were the result of not having an Xcel Energy account or being an Xcel Energy customer. However, PSCo does recognize that an authorization URL could be a useful feature and is exploring the potential to implement it. And I have a recommendation on this one.
Commissioner Plant, do you want a recommendation or do you have one?
I was just going to suggest that the company indicates that they want to do this. Mission Data says that they really should do this. I would just say include it as a part of the 6-month process that we already approved for the other improvements in the first decision point.
Commissioner Goman?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's fine to recognize it's possible some of the use cases that were gone through were not typical and had functionality problems for other reasons. But the fact remains that it seems as though this is very helpful and necessary functionality to provide. And so, yeah, I think it's fine to set a 6-month expectation on delivery of this improvement.
I agree. You want to go to the next one?
Certainly. Next up is whether PSCo should be required to recertify its Green Button Connect system. Mission Data asserts that PSCo would not pass the Green Button Alliance certification test if it was retested today due to the absence of working authorization URL. Mission Data notes that the domain name listed on the server of PSCo's GBC certification says staging, indicating that the cert was not done on the actual production server. In rebuttal, PSCo notes that its Green Button Connect was indeed certified with Green Button Alliance and that they have not made any changes that would trigger a recertification requirement, and that 27 third-party service vendors have been approved access up to this point, along with 7 active vendors, with technical issues largely being limited and successfully resolved along the way. And I can pause for y'all's discussion or have a recommendation.
Well, if you can give us your recommendation, that'd be great.
Advisors recommend denying Mission Data on this item at this time. Mission Data has not provided any specific evidence that the situation with PSCo's Green Button implementation has changed since it was certified, but this can be revisited in future proceedings given the results of the improvements that will be required based on our previous conversations.
Commissioner Goman?
Yeah, and I guess to my understanding, Mr. Fetter's part of the argument of how they would be out of compliance right now is the absence of that authorization URL, which we set an expectation for. So it might be a bit moot, but yeah, I'm not sure if there's any specific action required here, and hopefully our prior vote actually addresses the biggest issue here rather than some separate requirement here.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you, commissioners. The next item on the list relates to the interpretation of the term standard customer data. And for this, I will pass it to Mr. Foreman of your commission council.
This one's simple, Mr. Foreman, please.
It is. I will try to keep it simple. It's a question of rule interpretation. So I want to get the argument out there, but I'll be quick. Yeah, the decision point for you here is whether to require public service to provide customer data required for registration, enrollment, and settlement information relevant to VPPs as part of its GBC system. And Mission Data argues that the company's GBC system does not conform with the requirements of Commission Rule 3027D, which requires it to provide access to a customer's standard customer data in electronic machine readable form. Mission Data asserts that the company inappropriately does not provide this information or does not provide information related to that would be necessary for VPP aggregators. And Mission Data recommends that the commission deem any customer data in the possession of public service that the company requires for registration, enrollment, or settlement of VPPs to be information that must be provided pursuant to Rule 3027D. It uses 2 demonstrative examples to show that this is customer data. The first is the customer's applicable rate. Mission Data states this is critical for third parties to be able to model potential bill savings that customers may enjoy as a result of installing a heat pump or battery. And Mission Data maintains a customer and their authorized third party should not be required to rely on the customer's memory or a copy of their bill to determine that rate. And it asserts this is standard customer data under both Rule 3027D and Rule 3001PP, which defines customer data as customer data maintained by a utility in its system in the ordinary course of business. Regarding the second type of information, Mission Data explains that the company does not provide information about whether a customer is currently participating in a load management program, even though the Green Button Connect standard allows a utility to provide this information. Mission Data highlights testimony from company witness Pascucci, in which Mr. Pascucci agreed that if the commission clarifies that customer program participation information is standard customer data, then Public Service would provide that information through GBC. And Mission Data notes that Commission Rule 3001J3 defines customer data as including, among other types of data, information about the customer's participation in regulated utility programs. And the council's recommendation here, council agrees with Mission Data's interpretation of the rules governing the provision of standard customer data in electronic form, and recommends the commission find the information highlighted by Mission Data here to be standard customer data that should be provided through Green Button Connect.
Commissioner Gutman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Foreman. The next item is whether PSCO should be directed to file a tariff governing the Green Button Connect system. Mission Data asserts that the terms of use governing Green Button Connect have not been reviewed or approved by the commission, are unfair, and would undermine VPP aggregators. Mission Data also describes a potential tariff as a single source of truth for functionality and standards for the company's GBC implementation. And I have a recommendation on this one.
That'd be great.
Advisors note that formalizing Green Button Connect as a tariff could require significant effort to implement and maintain on a regular basis, with each change requiring an advice letter filing. As such, we recommend against adopting this suggestion at this time.
Although maybe it'd be nice if there was a document that laid out the single source of truth. So, but Commissioner Gutman,
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation, and perhaps it's appropriate to point out to identify some potential future interest in this concept, but it seems as though we have our homework already on a lot of near-term improvements that may be more essential to put the focus in, and perhaps this is a helpful next step to be taken up in the future.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I. Maybe we could take like a 10-minute break. I think I gotta get something to eat. So maybe come back at 1:50, and then I have a hard stop at 3. So let's take a break till 1:50, and then Mr. Fetters and team, if we can get through this by 3, that'd be awesome.
Sounds good.
Thanks, guys. 1:50. All right, keep us moving, Mr. Fetters.
Okie doke. The next decision point is whether Piesco should be required to hire an independent consultant to prepare reports on residential customers, Greenbud Connect, and home area network experiences. In addition to the improvement recommendations, Mission Data further asserts that continuous testing and improvement are critical for both GBC as well as the HAN, and to that end, recommends the Commission direct Piesco to hire an independent consultant to prepare periodic reports on a random sample of customers' experiences with sharing their data via GBC and the HAN. Under their proposal, the report would be filed in this proceeding as a compliance filing every 6 months. The report would show the results, time elapsed, problems witnessed, interview summaries, and actions taken to mitigate issues, and would show the overall rating and reviews of the mobile application to connect HAN devices. In addition, Mission Data recommends that for any customer tested that is unable to access, use, or share the data in this report, the Commission should assess a penalty on Piesco based on the number of customers affected by the violation, as calculated by extrapolating the sample size to the total number of customers by class. And I have a recommendation.
That'd be great.
Advisors do not recommend requiring an independent consultant as described by Mission Data at this point. With the potential improvements to Green Button Connect implementation that Piesco should be exploring in the coming months, hiring a consultant to analyze customer experiences would be premature.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks, Mr. Fetters. Yeah, I agree. And along the same lines of the earlier improvement, this is potentially a place we end up going. Let's see the current improvements first, but do have a sincere interest in making sure we develop some feedback mechanism if things don't appear to be on the right track.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. For the next item, which is the motion for penalty, I will again turn it back to Mr. Foreman of your council.
Hello, commissioners. Please bear with me on this one. The next decision point.
Please be quick.
I'll do my best. It's a bit of a unique circumstance here, so I want to get everything out there. The next decision point is whether to grant or deny the motion for penalty filed by Mission Data. On July 28th, 2025, Mission Data filed a motion for penalty in this proceeding in which it asked the Commission to impose a penalty on the company for making false and misleading statements in sworn testimony in a separate proceeding. Mission Data claims that Public Service Witness Miller made a false statement in proceeding number 23A-0471E, or the SDK proceeding, regarding the availability of natural gas data on the company's Green Button Connect system. Mission Data asserts it only discovered the statement was incorrect in this proceeding through discovery. And Mission Data claims that the incorrect statement is grounds for a financial penalty under Section 40-7-1051 because the statement is a violation of the Commission's rules that all written testimony include a signed affidavit attesting to its truthfulness. Mission Data also argues that company witness Miller violated Commission Rule 1202F8, which similarly requires that all written testimony include a signed affidavit from the witness. It argues that the affidavit was defective because the associated testimony was not true and correct, and also argues that this is a violation of Rule 603 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence. Mission Data argues that because the company violated Rule 1202F8, it is subject to 40-7-1051, which subjects utilities to a penalty of not more than $20,000 for each day that the offense continues for any violation or failure to comply with any order, decision, decree, rule, direction, demand, or requirement of the Commission or any part or provision thereof. Mission Data notes that the Commission also has authority to impose civil penalties pursuant to 40-7-113.51A, and that regardless of the total penalty ordered by the Commission, the company should not be allowed to collect that penalty from ratepayers or from customers. Public Service filed a response to the motion on August 11th, 2025. Public Service admits that witness Miller's testimony was mistaken. However, it asserts that it was not an intentional misstatement. Public Service states that the misstatement came to light in this DSP proceeding, and that within the DSP proceeding, the company accurately explained that Green Button Connect is not used to share natural gas usage data. Public Service argues that the misstatement in the SDK proceeding is not a significant or material issue in that proceeding, and notes that Green Button Connect, the term Green Button Connect is not even used in the ALJ's decision there. The company contends that there is no support for the contention that that company witness Miller either knew his statement was false or was not qualified to be a witness, and that the statement did not cause substantial prejudice to Mission Data in either the SDK proceeding or in this proceeding. Public Service argues that the motion should be denied on procedural grounds. It asserts Mission Data's motion is procedurally improper under the statutes governing the Commission's process for assessing civil penalties against public utilities. The company argues that under 40-7-116.51, allegations that an electric utility intentionally violated a statute, rule, or order of the Commission must be brought by trial staff in a civil penalty assessment notice or CPAN proceeding. The company therefore argues it is improper for Mission Data to seek civil penalties in the DSP because in doing so, it is improperly attempting to usurp the required role of trial staff in enforcing alleged violations of applicable statutes and rules. The company also argues Mission Data's motion ignores the substantive and procedural requirements of sections 40-7-113.5 and 116.5 and Commission Rule 3010 and improperly relies on 40-7-105. Finally, Public Service contends its due process rights would be denied if the Commission adjudicated Mission Data's motion within this DSP. Specifically, the company asserts several possible due process violations, including a lack of notice by trial staff of the alleged intentional violations, a lack of specificity of the applicable Colorado statutes or rules, no valid assertion of the correct amount of civil penalties sought, no opportunity for Public Service to file an answer to the notice of CPAN, and no meaningful opportunity for a fair hearing on the allegations of the intentional violation. And I'll go ahead and continue to a recommendation here.
Can we just say we agree with Piesco's procedural concerns?
Yes, I just have a couple recommended findings.
All right.
Read them off real quick. Yeah, council.
You're doing good.
I'll try to help everyone out here. Council recommends making the following findings: that the motion should be denied on procedural grounds, as Mission Data requests relief inappropriate within the existing proceeding. That this matter is not something the Commission plans to pursue with the procedural options available to it for pursuing penalties at this time, and that there is no need to address the substance of the motion because the procedural grounds require denial. However, the Commission can state that Public Service's statement was false as evidenced by the motion, and that while penalties should not be pursued here, the Commission emphasizes that false statements in a proceeding are unacceptable. The Commission has many avenues within a proceeding to clean up sloppy, misleading, or false testimony if it's brought to its attention during the matter, or at least within the matter that the statement was made. And I'll turn it over to you.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you, and I'll throw it back to Mr. Fetters.
Thank you again, Commissioners and Mr. Foreman. Just 2 more data items to wrap up here. The next one is if Piesco should consider alternative security architecture that removes Itron as the exclusive provider of digital signatures, or if the Commission should disclaim regulatory supervision of the meter-based App Store. As quick background, in the SDK proceeding, the Commission approved the settlement agreement.
Can you just jump to your recommendation?
Advisors ultimately largely recommend denying Mission Data's recommendation. The settlement approving the current path was approved in 23A0471E. The company's filing of additional information provided additional details on the feasibility as requested, and the security concerns seem well-founded. However, since Piesco does mention the feasibility of an alternative cloud-based solution, that solution should be discussed farther in the detailed report already required earlier in these deliberations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. The last data item is whether the Commission should strike the sentence in the aggregator agreement about data only being used for VPP purposes.
And again, you might just jump to the recommendation again here, if you would.
I think on this one, Commissioner Plant does have some thoughts.
All right, then, give the whole background then. Thank you.
Yeah. So the sentence reads: prior to receiving any data from the company, the aggregator shall obtain and provide the company with written consent and approval from each aggregator to receive customer data from the company. As a condition, the aggregator shall not use or process the customer data for any purpose that is unlawful or prohibited for any use or purpose beyond the authorization and consent provided to aggregator by the relevant customer. Such use and processing, along with corresponding customer authorization and consent, must be limited to only that which is necessary to fulfill the requirements of the VPP. In its SOP, Mission Data recommends this sentence be stricken. Mission Data expresses concerns that the language would prevent an aggregator from using customer data for other purposes, such as electrification modeling or EE advising, even if the customer agrees to them doing so. Another instance postulated is the aggregator asking the customer if they would like a cost-benefit analysis of replacing their furnace with a heat pump. Mission Data asserts that customers have a right to share their usage for legitimate purposes, and PSCo should not undermine that.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, so I am sympathetic to giving the customers the choice here, but you also want to have protection. So I would suggest that the language that we approve changing the language in that sentence, but not eliminating it entirely and having it sort of wordsmith through a stakeholder process with the stated objective to give the customers greater control over sharing while enabling VPP and third-party services.
Commissioner Gumman.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you, commissioners. I will now turn it back to Mr. Mendelson for what's left. Or Mr.
Thank you,
Greenberg,
Mr.
I'm
Fetters. Sorry
sorry.
for my pushing this along. We're now 5 hours in.
Rich
I
full
believe
day.
Mr. Greenberg is going to get us started on the step 4, essentially next steps of the proceeding.
Mr. Grimberg.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Now we'll discuss a couple of areas regarding the long-term evolution of the distribution grid and whether the company's plans for it are optimized. Denver argues that the company is, quote, at the outset of a multi-decade rebuild of its electric distribution system, end quote, and that the commission should therefore be highly confident that the system the company proposes is the best possible one to meet future needs. Denver argues that the company has not met its burden of demonstrating that this is the case at a time when the paradigm has clearly begun to shift. Denver recommends that the commission direct the company to conduct a comprehensive assessment of cost control solutions via additional scenario modeling to identify lowest cost opportunities to meet future needs, explicitly considering potential contributions from thermal networks, building envelope improvements, distributed energy resources, and flexible interconnection. Denver further recommends that the company be required to study costs and benefits of a long-term transition to a higher distribution voltage. Denver contends that the company's current design standard was adopted over 20 years ago and did not anticipate load from EVs and air source heat pumps. Denver questions whether a gradual long-term shift to a higher voltage might better serve customers at lower total cost, notes that the company already operates part of its system at the higher voltage, and argues that given the magnitude of the coming changes, it makes sense to consider and quantify the costs of such long-term options. Finally, Denver recommends the company be directed to develop a coordinated vision for the future of the downtown Denver network system by studying shifts in projected customer energy use, impacts on the distribution system due to evolution of the gas, steam, and chilled water systems, studying how the network system inhibits deployment of non-wire alternatives, evaluating the relative cost to upgrade network assets versus radial assets, and the potential reliability impacts of absorbing the network system into the radial system, and reporting on how other utilities with network systems are planning to accommodate electrification and DERs. There are 2 decision points here. The first is whether or not the commission should require the company to conduct a study to determine whether its long-term approach is optimal. I have a recommendation, or can pause here for your discussion.
No, a recommendation I think would be good.
All right. Denver is asking for Public Service to conduct a very broad-ranging study to demonstrate that its vision of the future distribution system is the optimal one. Advisors agree with the Denver sentiment that this DSP reflects the beginning of a long-term transition of the distribution system, and that because of this, it is sensible to consider whether the system's current configuration is best for the future. However, we also note that at this point, neither the company, the parties, nor the commission know very much about the true potential contributions of NWAs, virtual power plants, DERs, flexible interconnection, thermal networks, or other non-traditional alternatives that may emerge in the future. Options that seem promising today could prove to offer dramatic capital savings, or could prove to be dramatic failures. Because of this, we believe it's premature for the scenario analysis Denver calls for, as such analysis would likely simply be a reflection of the multiple assumptions modelers would have to make about the performance of the non-traditional options. We believe it's important to establish a policy environment that is conducive to the success of these technologies, to learn from initial field applications, and then to adjust investment allocations in the future based on data developed by previous efforts. Accordingly, we recommend that the Commission not require the comprehensive assessment Denver calls for at this time.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Okay. This second decision point regards Denver's recommendation that the company be required to evaluate a long-term transition to higher distribution voltage and potential benefits from converting the downtown network system into a radial system. I have a recommendation, or can pause for your conversation.
If you could quickly give us your recommendation, that'd be great.
Very well. The company's rebuttal to Denver's recommendations regarding voltage conversion and evolving the Denver network system into a radial system was essentially that such technical judgments and decisions should be left to the company. Advisors entirely agree that the Commission should, in almost all cases, cede such decisions to the company. However, we do believe that Denver has a point that given the long-term and very expensive transition that the state, city, and company are embarking on, it is sensible to ask the company to formally assess and justify its judgments on why the current voltage level and topology of its distribution network are optimal going forward. If commissioners agree that this level of oversight of the company's technical judgment is warranted, we suggest a directive requiring the company to provide direct testimony and analysis in its next DSP proceeding, addressing the questions Denver raises about distribution voltage level and the continued value of network topology. While any changes to these attributes would likely be quite expensive, it's conceivable that they could provide long-term savings for the system as a whole.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Thank you. The next issue regards the disposition of assets taken out of service with remaining useful life. Denver points out that while some distribution assets have lifetimes on the order of 50 years, the company is planning its distribution projects to meet anticipated capacity 10 years into the future. Denver notes further that even the most conservative projections are forecasting a doubling of coincident peak by 2050, and suggests that because of this, there could be a lot of residual value in grid assets removed from service in the future. Denver therefore suggests that a process and reporting structure are needed to demonstrate optimal redeployment of such equipment. Denver recommends that the Commission require the company to begin reporting on company practices on redeployment or retirement of distribution assets, details on the age and condition for all major equipment taken out of service each year and whether it has been retired or put back into stock, and equipment that has been redeployed each year along with estimated deferred costs. Again, I have a recommendation, or can pause here for your discussion.
The recommendation would be great.
All right, advisors see these Denver recommendations as sensible practices that should not be costly or burdensome to implement, and that have the potential to result in ratepayer savings. It's conceivable that Denver's suggestions are already standard company practice. We recommend that the Commission adopt these reporting requirements.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Thank you. And next, I'll guide you through a discussion of a few decision points regarding the company's distribution capacity modeling and potential requirements for the next DSP. The first of these regards the accuracy of the company's modeling. CEO, SWEEP, NRDC, Denver, and WRA all request that in its next DSP proceeding, the company be required to file a comparison of the load levels projected for each asset in this proceeding to actual measured load levels. These parties contend that such a comparison was required by paragraph 5.2 of the settlement agreement from the last DSP proceeding, and that this comparison is necessary to identify key sources of uncertainty and to inform whether forecasting methodologies need to be course corrected. The decision point here is, should the Commission adopt the recommendations to require the company to include a comparative analysis of forecast versus actual load at both the system and asset levels in its next DSP? Shall I provide a recommendation?
That'd be great.
Advisors support these recommendations as they will, one, provide insight into the strategic nature of the company's choices and projects. Two, require the company to rigorously review the accuracy of its asset-specific forecasts. 3, require the company to attempt to explain any significant discrepancies if found and modify forecasting methodologies to correct such discrepancies. And 4, provide parties insight into forecasting accuracy, which could advance the discussion in future proceedings.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yes, I agree, especially since so much the debate's been around the forecast and its components. This could provide very useful insights moving forward. So I agree, Mr. Greenberg.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree as well.
I agree as well, and would echo Commissioner Gilman's language.
The next item regards distribution asset loading models. SWEEP and NRDC asked the Commission to direct the company to preserve and disclose its models underlying asset loading assumptions and identify key sources of uncertainty in these models. SWEEP and NRDC contend that this is necessary to enable replicability and scrutiny of the company's forecasting methodology. Shall I provide a recommendation?
That'd be great.
Advisors support this recommendation, as it will bring additional attention and perhaps expertise to the company's asset load forecasting methodologies.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Okay, thanks very much. Next, WRA asked for improved presentation of load seer modeling assumptions, stating that some assumptions were only available through follow-on filings or discovery. WRA asks that in the future, all relevant information about load seer inputs be consolidated into one place. Shall I provide a recommendation?
That'd be great.
Advisors agree that neither the parties nor the Commission should have to identify the company's modeling assumptions via supplemental, direct requirements or discovery requests. We therefore recommend the Commission require the company to present all load seer modeling assumptions in a single consolidated document in its next DSP, filing confidential versions as necessary.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. This next item regards the potential for seasonal ratings of distribution assets. At the March 13th, 2025 technical session, commissioners raised the question of whether distribution components have constant ratings across the year or whether it would make sense to adopt seasonal ratings similar to the concept of dynamic line ratings in transmission. Company witness Stephen Martz discussed that this is an appealing but nascent concept, and also that a circuit's rating is determined by all components from the substation transformer to the end of the feeder. And so any seasonal variation would need to reflect the most limiting element in a circuit. Mr. Martz also noted that the company was reaching out to winter peaking utilities to better understand their practices in this regard. Shall I proceed to my recommendation here?
Please.
Advisors recommend that the Commission direct the company to investigate and report in its next DSP proceeding on the potential seasonal variation in circuit capacity and relevant findings from its outreach to other utilities.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I would think in addition to other utilities, they can reach out to equipment vendors and others. But it makes little sense to know we think we're for a winter peaking system and not acknowledge that kind of in all parts of the planning. So makes perfect sense to me. Thanks.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
I have just one more issue for you. In this proceeding, company witness McDermott presented figure BDM-R-1 in rebuttal testimony, showing the number of feeders in each planning division that were below 75% loading, between 75 and 100% loading, and above 100% loading. Advisors believe that this information was helpful to both the Commission and the parties, and so recommend that the company be directed to provide a table similar to table BDM-R-1, but that in the next DSP, the table should group feeders into loading buckets that are 12.5 percentage points wide, so that the Commission has a more precise picture of the system stress and capacity. We further recommend that the spreadsheet should be filed with the company's direct testimony, showing the most recent measurement of non-coincident peak loading on each feeder, bank and transformer, percentage of the planning load limit for each such asset, and load growth on each asset since the filing of this proceeding.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plank,
I agree.
as do I. And if you can just hang out for 1 second, Mr. Greenberg, in our completeness order in this case, we required long-term rate forecasts broken down by residential customer class for whatever it was, 15 or 20 years. We required detailed load shapes by forecast, by customer class, and we asked for historical data on capital spending by class. And instead of fighting all that out in a completeness order, I'd like to request that we ask for those three things be filed in the next DSP. So are you all right with those three requests tracking the completeness and supplemental direct testimony order, Commissioner Gilman?
I am.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
Thanks. That's all I had. Mr.
Okay.
Greenberg.
Thank you very much, and I will pass back to Mr. Mendelson at this point.
Thanks for your efficiency. Greatly appreciate it.
All righty, we're headed home here. So the next item is on reporting. First, the staff recommended the commissioner order the company to file an annual report in the most recent DSP docket by June 1 of each year. Staff explains that this is especially important given company witness Mino's testimony that the company locks in forecast assumptions when it enters into the forecasting process. So specific to load share inputs. Typically ends of the fall, beginning of the wintertime period. Advisors note that neither the Commission's DSP rules or the 218 statute require annual reporting for DSPs specifically, as seen in other application types. Potentially that's because the 2-year filing cadence makes an annual report somewhat redundant. However, given the 3-year filing cadence requested by Public Service, as discussed below, the Commission's earlier adoption of staff suggested June GMAC filing and the import that is taken on, advisors suggest no separate annual report is necessary. We do, however, have a recommendation of the type of information to be filed in those June GMAC filings. I'll pause here for your discussion or can offer those specific items for your
If you
consideration.
can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Sure. Advisors recommend the June GMAC filing should include budgeted and actual investments by all primary and secondary categories referenced in the DSP, budgeted and actual feeder miles improved, poles replaced, feeder miles undergrounded, transformers improved and replaced, substations improved or replaced, budgeted and actual residential and commercial customers energized, number and megawatts, budgeted and actual new customer hookups without breakup of undergrounded versus above ground connection. I'm sorry, with a breakout of underground versus above ground connection. Budgeted and actual distributed generation systems interconnected, number of megawatts, budgeted and actual staffing levels, VPP implementers, customers, and megawatts signed up via the VPP program, thorough review of VPP milestones and testing metrics per the VPP settlement, and any other reporting items referenced throughout this decision.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
All righty. So the next issue is energization and interconnection data. Denver recommends the Commission direct the company to collect and report data on the energization and interconnection process for customers, including costs presented to customers for both conceptual and formal applications, and energization timelines for a cost to elucidate all steps in the process, whether within or outside the company control. Denver further recommends the Commission direct the company to itemize details when providing cost estimates. Advisors note these items may have already been covered under prior Commission votes and guidance for Type 2 recovery. However, to the extent the Commission has specific additional guidance for GMAC recovery or how you would like to see energization and interconnection data presented in future filings, then I'll pause here for your discussion.
Yeah, this one's a big deal for me. I know we can't by statute create an performance incentive for this, but I'd really like to see significant information disclosures, that list when the first contact with the customer was received, when the company responded, when the first application was filed, when the company responded, and I'd also like to see some standardized applications. So there's there's some clarity about what customers are expected to provide. We've gotten a lot of complaints about this energization process, and I'd like to see fairly extensive disclosure on the timing, the standardization, and more broadly in other contexts, we're asking staff to reach out to customers and get a better sense of what's going on. So this area has a lot of concern for me. Commissioner Gutman, anything you want to add or change or?
No, I agree. I mean, while we're not setting the energization standards or timelines here, I think there's an essential role of data collection that we can establish here to make significant progress toward that end. That should start now, if not before now. I think you can look to the interconnection rules to see like kind of the segmentation of when initial contact was made, moving through kind of all of those steps. While it's not exactly identical, set up similar steps to that to understand at each of the intervals, as you mentioned, with regard to a new application for service, how long things are typically taking to get a better sense of the process. I think we can also look to other means in terms of understanding customers' experience with it. But I think I have the same understanding as you do, both from formal complaints and filings and newspaper articles and all of the ways that we hear about a real significant dissatisfaction here among both customers and would-be customers who did not continue. Another thing I think that relates to this is when the company is not able to serve or identifies they're not able to serve that load or in a certain time frame, what all options have been communicated to the customer in terms of any capacity mitigation or other optionality, so they better understand their actual ability to come online. So I would very much like to see a lot of that reporting starting now, and I think that would be very informative toward developing those performance metrics in the future.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree, and I have nothing to add.
All right. Mr. Mendelson?
Alrighty, so the next issue is on report outreach and community engagement. Public Service proposes to expand its current outreach approaches and partnerships, including the Red Truck Initiative and partnership with the Latino Community Foundation of Colorado, or LCFC. Public Service explains that its IQDI plan, called Power Together, which is formerly Energized Together, was developed in partnership with LCFC to provide income-qualified communities with resources to reduce financial burdens and facilitate access to clean energy initiatives. It says it states it's engaging in broader effort to identify critical customers and infrastructure. The company developed the following budget, proposing up to $1.7 million per year by 2028 in overall community engagement and roughly $200,000 per year for the Red Truck Initiative specifically. Staff argues that the company's proposals do not provide a clear explanation of what the engagement through Energized Together program might look like and makes no specific proposals. They also argue that the plan does not appear to be targeted to DI adequately or significantly different from regular marketing efforts. They suggest the commission should direct the company to develop a comprehensive DI community engagement and outreach plan and report on it within 60 days of the final order, a comprehensive DSP and customer engagement and outreach plan, and report on that within 90 days of the final order, and provide additional reporting on IQDI community engagement, including the community-based organizations and leaders, list of priorities and interests, list of programs, projects developed based on engagement efforts, list of prioritized benefits to DI communities. CEO suggests the commission should require the company to increase coordination and collaboration with local, regional, state governments entities for DSP purposes, track and provide information in next DSP about projects being coordinated between public service and governments with description of projects and policy goals supported, and with feeders and substations that are implicated. Denver suggests the commission should direct the company to file annual reports on its engagement with local communities and governments with descriptions of local priorities, projects, collaboration initiatives, and how local information is incorporated into forecasting. I'll pause here for your discussion or can provide a recommendation.
Yep, if you could do that briefly, that'd be great.
Do the best I can. Okay, advisors note the public service does seem to have a plan and proposed mechanism to reach out to TI communities. We suggest the company should be provided the opportunity to implement its proposal. Advisors also note that the DSP is engaging the private market in new and innovative approaches via the VPP and NWA processes. Accordingly, the private sector will also be messaging and informing the public service customer base. Nonetheless, public service should be required to report on the outreach engagement efforts of itself and, to the extent possible, comment on the private market's ability to engage the customer base over these first critical years of VPP NWA implementation. Public service should report on those factors as part of the PBF review process by the June GMAC filings and the next DSP. If TI and broader community outreach is generally below adequate levels or somehow providing a confusing message to the customer base, public service should address that and offer potential solutions to such in its next DSP.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
All righty. So the next issue is on reporting staffing. Under SB 24-218, public service is required to indicate its current qualified staffing levels and future levels for each job classification needed to achieve the DSP. The company reports requests commission approval to add 117 full-time equivalent positions, including employees in operations, IT support, integrated system planning, community relations, and so on. Staff argues the company did not really comply with the statute. They suggest analysis conducted by public service shows incremental future required staffing levels, but does not show current staffing levels. The commission should require the company to provide analysis of current staffing levels part of its next DSP compliance filing. ACE suggests the commission require the company to report on all new staff hired with more information about actual job functions and the role those staff play in improving interconnection process. So the question here for you is, does the commission agree with the suggested improvements on staffing by staff and ACE? And I can provide a recommendation.
Yeah, briefly, if you could.
Okay, so we recommend approving staff and ACE's suggestion to provide more information on what the current staffing levels are and how those played a part in improving the interconnection process as part of the next DSP.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Alrighty. So the next issue is explore alternative frameworks, including a distribution system operator. UCA suggests the commission explore implementation of a DSO to identify an organized and logical approach to grid modernization and DER integration. The commission should explore the potential use of a DSO because it could allow more efficient operation of the distribution system that ensures sufficient infrastructure is planned out and built. A DSO could also effectively utilize DER and grid services to avoid or defer more costly utility capital investments. I could provide a recommendation here as well.
Oh, I just say, given everything else we've asked for in this case already, I probably wouldn't go down this path now. Let's just see how it plays out, and we can take it from there. So that's where I'm at. Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm curious to hear from Commissioner Plant before I go, since he's been some of
All
these
right.
issues, but
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think that, there's so much in flux right now and getting established that I think maybe trying to transition to a DSO at this time might be a little over the top. But I would like to see how the company delivers on all this, and maybe that opens up that opportunity for the future, depending on how they perform.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, no, I didn't know anything you didn't know. He's just been close to some of these issues, so I figured I might as well hear him. But yeah, I agree. I think we're in a period of significant transition and ideally growth in these areas. And so that seems rational at this point in time.
Mr. Mendelson?
Alrighty. So the next issue is the regulatory sandbox concept. The company explains that this concept, developed by RMI, is a framework for regulatory experimentation that offers the possibility of granting temporary exemptions to existing regulations. The company explains it's needed because electric utilities are not able to innovate fast enough and regulation is not adapting quickly enough to meet current challenges. According to Mr. Pollack, New York, Vermont, Hawaii, Connecticut, and Oregon have all implemented this concept in some way, and it has gained significant traction in Europe. Staff argues the commission should reject the company's proposal to implement the sandbox because it exposes ratepayers to significant risk and reduces commission oversight. Through the commission's current distribution rules, the company already has a flexible mechanism for pursuing pilot projects. Specifically, Commission Rule 3533 allows the company to propose pilots and programs aimed at exploring new and innovative distribution activities. I'll pause here, can provide a recommendation.
If it's short.
Okay. Advisors agree with staff and recommend rejecting the regulatory sandbox concept.
That was short. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I actually like the regulatory sandbox. So I would disagree with the recommendation.
What do you like? Well, I don't know.
May I mean, I don't dislike the concept in total, but I think part of what's at issue in this proceeding is a real lack of follow through on the part of the company, which unfortunately has placed us in a position where we're putting greater oversight, not less, on their actions to ensure that things actually get done in a timely manner, in a sequence that makes sense and builds to the strategic and affordable vision we're trying to build to. I don't dislike the concepts, but very unfortunately, we're not really in a period of kind of lessening oversight. It would be my hope that we get there and have more avenues for that innovation.
Yeah, I'm having significant trust issues right now, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, and I share a lot of those concerns, but I think that if we want the company to be able to move quickly with some innovations and try some things out and really deploy them on the distribution system and see how we can get results, I think we're going to need to sort of have some alternative pathways for that to happen. And outside of doing more pilots, I just I think giving some more tools in the toolbox would be helpful in that regard. I mean, I understand the concerns, but I just feel like things are changing pretty fast, and keeping up is not sort of in the regulatory time frame.
Yeah. I'd like to see some language, Commissioner Plant's language in the order. So keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
Alrighty. So the next issue is integrated electric and gas planning. WRA suggests the company should better integrate its gas and electric planning. As an initial step, the company should provide in its next TSP additional narrative about how its gas infrastructure constraints and planning inform its electric distribution and system investments. As part of this narrative, the company should explicitly identify assets on the electric distribution system that are both, one, located near areas where the company forecasts the need for gas infrastructure upgrades in the next 5 years, and two, nearing the planning limit for load. In addition, public service should explain whether the company is proposing any electric system upgrades for these assets in these areas, and if not, why not? UCA suggests distribution planning should be better aligned with generation and transmission planning. Distribution information on customer demand should be shared with integrated resource planners and transmission planners. If these groups operate in silos and use different demand forecasts, the company runs the risks of overbuilding or building the wrong things. I can pause here and provide a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
All right. WRA's initial integration steps appear reasonable and appropriate to advisors. We note that it likely will take years to truly integrate planning, but WRA's suggestions appear as good initial steps. And we agree with UCA that distribution planning should be better aligned with generation and transmission planning and incorporate clear and consistent inputs and assumptions regarding technology adoption, approximate loading patterns by technology, and DR program participation that may be able to alter customer behavior.
Well, I agree with your recommendation, and would just add one more consideration. In the company's clean heat plan, we ordered them to increase new construction investment by a factor of 6 or 5 or 6 because it reduced the natural gas capital spending in return for maybe some elevated capital spending. But what we're seeing here, where they focus mainly on retrofit programs, maybe greatly increasing electric capital spending, especially since they can't seem to get either EVs or building electrification off the peak. So for me, that's the central issue in this gas versus electric planning, and one where we've struggled to get the company to offset the electric capital investments with natural gas reduction, capital reductions. And we really saw it in this case with all the beneficial or a significant amount of beneficial electrification coming on peak. So I just highlight that issue here. Commissioner Goman, anything you want to say, add?
Yeah, I mean, this is underpinned in part from an issue we've identified already in this proceeding as well as in the JTS, is a real lack of data around the performance of those loads, especially at system peak, and the size of them, the flexibility of them. And with AMI fully deployed on the system, this is a problem that really appears to me fully within our control to better understand and track the actual usage patterns, coincidence of loads of these beneficial electrification loads, both typically and ideally under some more flexible demand arrangements. So I really hope that's an area we make significant progress because there's a lot of progress to be made in that forecasting with real data, which should be at our disposal given the technology deployed on the grid to better track the actual impact of these sort of technologies rather than just some of the figurative values and load shapes that we're seeing that are very difficult to rely upon.
Commissioner Plant, anything to add?
Nope, I would agree.
On the next one, DSP cadence, Mr. Mendelson, let's keep to the roles and do it every couple of years. I don't think we want to fall 2026 filing given all the incentive metrics and process we're trying to do. So does Ms. Dundas, do you need a fuller discussion?
No, I'll just note that the rules say every 2 years, and the company you've approved a 3-year budget here, so I think the implication is that that's waived for the next filing, which would come in November 27th.
Yep. Does that work for you, Commissioner Goman or Commissioner Plant? You may have thoughts.
No,
I'll go
I was
to you
just gonna.
first.
Hey, I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to jump in there.
I think Commissioner Goman was going to refer back to you no matter what. So.
No, no, I just wanted to say, I mean, one of the things that we've talked about on this commission is having modeling from one set of proceedings feed into another set of proceedings. And, we've got the TEP and the big consolidated filing next June. So my interest would be in timing this so that it can benefit from the outcome of, whatever we decide in those cases, so that we can actually have that inform the modeling in the next DSP. And, that's just my concern, is that we have enough time between those two things to be able to inform the modeling.
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would argue for a 2027 filing, which I think is the suggestion anyway, unless you see it differently, Commissioner Plant.
No, I mean, I think we're talking about like November 2027. If we finish, a June advice letter in April, May-ish the next year, is that enough? Is 5 months enough time for 5, 6 months? Is that enough time for implementing the modeling? That's all I wanted to bring up. I'm not sure what the answer is.
Okay, I think we could maybe raise our interest. I don't know that. Sometimes the forecasting tends to be a very long lead time, and then sometimes we get updates in fairly short order. So I'm not sure on the answer to that. But I do think an interesting question there, being that we have two significant kind of programmatic planning proceedings coming this coming year, both the transportation electrification plan as well as the combined DSM clean heat plan. Kind of looking at where we're going with performance metrics, especially around the load control piece and optimization, to ensure that we have enough insight as we move into those proceedings, right? We always end up in this kind of cyclical process that it feels very difficult to get out of, I think is part of what you're getting to, where you get to these larger proceedings and it's like, nope, it's all written. The programs are the programs. We can't achieve any more. But then going into the programs, we don't necessarily have this strategic overview of what the program should be designed to achieve, especially in terms of the demand response and demand flexibility. So I think we've kind of got our work cut out for us in the coming months before those proceedings to try to tie those together, because I find that cycle very difficult, where you're always relying on, well, we're just bound to what happened before. But really what makes more sense is there is some strategic umbrella that we're trying to work toward, rather than just being at the mercy of whatever was decided in a programmatic filing that was made completely ignorant as to the costs being imposed on the system based on different options. So anyway, just to say, there is that interest, especially with those larger programmatic plan filings coming in mid-2026. And ideally, we can make some headway to kind of integrate these two together, and the real urgency to sincerely implement demand response, demand flexibility, controllability throughout those programs, and try to integrate the goals together here.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
yeah, I'm fine with the 2027 filing.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's maybe a good message to the interveners in those cases, is to not only be thinking about programmatically what we're doing within those specific filings, but also how they inform the larger, the larger DSP, and how we should use what comes out of that from a modeling perspective to inform the next DSP. I like that.
Anything? I agree with all that. Anything else on this one? Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
So just to confirm, the vote is to approve the company's proposed cadence for next DSP, and but to also put up this expectation or goal of the commission to be able to create this efficiency across cases with the availability of data. Is that a reasonable way to say it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable, like, kind of reflection on how the cadence fits in with what else going on.
Alrighty. Okay, so the next issue is should the next DSP include VPP resources? The filing of a VPP tariff was only contemplated once SB 24218, only once in that statute. That is, Section 8 of the statute only references a one-time filing. After thorough deliberation, weighing input from the parties, the Commission combined the DSP and AVPP proceedings in order to find optimized solutions to system constraint that include both traditional and non-traditional investment. Advisors recommend that the next DSP should fully consider and incorporate VPP opportunities to find strategic, cost-effective solutions to system constraint. Such VPP opportunities should include the VPP procured via the settlement in this proceeding and expanded efforts to maximize the cost-effective use of non-traditional resources. I'll pause there for your discussion.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the DSP is a good place for the VPP consideration. I mean, I kind of go back and forth between is it a customer based thing or is it a system thing? And it's really more of a system thing, I think, even though it incorporates the participation of customers. So I think it's an appropriate place for it.
Yeah, and it seems like the avoided costs are driven by the DSP savings. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, and I guess it seems at that time you'll have the existing VPP kind of structure and ecosystem, but also the potential for more. And I think it'll be important in that filing for the company to really thoroughly explain kind of the strategic use of those resources, NWAs on other non-traditional investments, to ensure we can draw that strategic link to how the company is moving forward.
Ms. Dundas, anything to add?
I'm just next.
Oh, so I have a hard stop at 3, but keep going.
All righty. So under the next one, and Ms. Dundas may be involved here, but there are 8 specific requirements under the Section 55C of the statute. No, I'm sorry, 5D of the statute. Specifically, one, that it establishes a long-term distribution plan, which must cover at least 5 years, that includes timelines and budgets to create sufficient hosting capacity. That was the focus of step 1 and already addressed. But essentially in each of these, the commission would need to either decide whether the company's plan is approved or needs modification or rejected.
I think I can quicken us up here a little bit, Mr. Mendelson. So, as Mr. Mendelson said, there's 8 factors that the commission is required to evaluate in regards to the utilities DSP under SB 24218. I think 1 and 2, which are both about specific distribution investments, we've covered already as part of the plan approval. 3 regards detailed mapping. I believe we've already covered that extensively. 4, however, includes a process to identify and evaluate infill housing loads. I personally haven't found this in the company's case, so I think it's just sort of a vote to note that in the decision that this was something we couldn't evaluate fully. I'll take a vote at the end. And then 5 is
on that, are they out of compliance with the statute or not?
I mean, advisors and counsel aren't aware of where this was in their filing, so
yes, the statute asked for this and they didn't do it.
Well, the statute asks for the commission to evaluate whether it includes a process, and so I think the answer is the commission's evaluated that it does not include a process.
All right, keep going.
5 is processes for load and interconnection that was discussed extensively. 6 is non-wires alternative that was discussed in the settlement. 7 was again mapping. I'm sorry, 3 is hosting capacity mapping. 7 is reporting and system mapping. And then 8 is documentation demonstrating progress towards implementation of previously approved distribution system plans. Again, this one, they do make, I think the evaluation the commission should point out for this one is that there is some reporting about their previously approved DSP. However, there are complaints from the several interveners about the actual progress made there. So I just state those just so that you note that your decision will have to evaluate each of those factors and that most have been already covered.
Yeah, and if you have any concerns, you can either bring it back next week or we'll take it up in the TBC process. But I think our discussions have pretty much covered this. Does that work for you, Commissioner Gellman?
Yes.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
All right.
Mr. Mendelson, if I could just do a few more, we had on here just a rule revisit. We've stated several times, 42-132.56A requires us to establish rules before the next DSP. Those have been discussed quite a bit, so we'll have a section in the decision addressing that, but if there's more guidance for that rulemaking you'd like to give, now would be a good time.
I don't have more guidance. If either of you have extensive guidance, we may have to put it on the agenda for next Wednesday. But Commissioner Gellman, do you have more guidance?
No, I don't. Just to point out that some of the ordered reporting could get to information that would be very helpful in the development of this. So I just point out that linkage, but nothing further.
Commissioner Plant?
Nothing additional.
Okay, a couple more cleanup. Tesla filed a motion to accept its amended SOP, which we recommend granting and considering its amended SOP. And then 2 more cleanups for me. One is a decision.
Let's just vote on that. I'm good with that. Commissioner Gellman?
Yes.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
Whether to deny all proposals not specifically addressed in the commission's decision. This is something you occasionally do for large decisions like this.
Good by me. Commissioner Gellman?
Yes.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
Then I'll turn it over to Mr. Mendelson for one more, but before I do, just to circle back on that discussion of the spreadsheet to be filed, I think we're clear as to what the spreadsheet contains. So I frankly don't know what a reasonable timeline is for that, but we should set a deadline so that we could be clear.
How about noon on Monday? That'll give us, well, do you think we should do Friday COB so we can take up any questions and see if we want to schedule a technical conference on Wednesday?
Mr. Mendelson, do you think that's a reasonable 3 days is a reasonable time for the company to put that spreadsheet together?
It should be already developed, of course, but they're going to have to probably present something simplified for our purposes. But I think Monday would be fine, and we could take it up Wednesday. But I'll leave it to you.
All right, let's do Monday at noon. Does
Okay.
that work for you, Commissioner Gellman?
Yes.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we're at Newark. I'm at Newark next week, so maybe tough to look at. Wait, let's do Friday close of business. I'm not going to be able to look at it at Newark, and I'd like to look at it before Wednesday.
Okay, so that's an interim decision ordering a filing of a spreadsheet that contains all of the mandatory GMAC spending identified earlier Friday by noon.
Yeah, if they need more time, they'll ask for it. Last issue, defer litigation expense.
Right. The public service request, the commission approved deferral of the expenses related to any consultant work or legal outside counsel, noticing hearing transcript or overhead costs for this matter at no return to be brought forward for review in a future rate case.
Commissioner Gellman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I. Does
All right.
that
One item I'd like to bring back is we discussed the potential for prompts that we would give to the parties in order to move the concept of the metrics forward. So it probably isn't something we need to do immediately, but we could try to tackle it next week.
Yeah, I think maybe if advisors have a suggested list of prompts that they could circulate before they, why don't we put them for next Wednesday?
Alrighty.
I mean, I don't think we have any ability to do it now. I certainly don't.
No, I wouldn't suggest we try, right. And I think this is probably perhaps weeks, if not a couple of months, to give the parties time to think about it and decide on it early next year. Does that make sense?
Anything else for this conversation, Ms. Dundas?
No, I think that it's Mr. Middleton's right that those prompts will have to come back. I think there may be a couple like tariff language cleanup necessary that might also have to come back, and it might be the 19th though, depending on the CWM schedules. But otherwise, this will be a TBC order.
Yes, I would think so.
I'm not going to try to summarize what's been decided, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, guys, just thanks to you both. Thanks to the team. I think this is a record for me in terms of deliberations, 6 hours straight. So appreciate you both and all the team. Commissioner Goman, any final thoughts before? Well, Commissioner Plant, any final thoughts before we adjourn?
No, I was just going to say this is still a weekly meeting.
I know it's 6 hours. It's a record. Commissioner Goman.
You didn't have to give us a 10-minute lunch for the record, but you did give us a 10-minute lunch. So we super
It wasn't
appreciate your
enough.
generosity. But thank you very much to Mr. Mendelson, his team, Ms. Dundas, and her team. It has been a challenging one, but
A
very
journey.
much appreciate your efforts.
Thanks for that. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.